How's everyone doing? Good to see all you. Hope you're having a wonderful day thus far. I see what you did there, Stump. Monk E, like the class I'm playing. Like it's a monk. Like there's the animal. It's a monkey. And like that's funny because they sound. I can't even do my usual brain rot properly. I'm not awake enough. Hope y'all are doing well. How you doing, Dan, Priz, Sora, Stomp, Flint? Believe it or not, I'm still riding the good vibes from yesterday. You guys are great. I really appreciate you. Hello, Sir Brain. I wish I could access my brain. My brain allows itself to be used for shit that doesn't matter, but basic things like, like I went to get coffee. Hey, Mark. I went to get coffee today, and I came back upstairs, sit down, but like do what I'm doing now, but I forgot the coffee that I went downstairs for, so I just walked down the stairs, poured coffee, came back, went back down, grabbed the coffee. The brain ain't braining. How's Captain Quag? Captain Quag's doing okay. Dan, thank you so much for the 5 gifted, man. I appreciate it immensely. Thank you so much. I gotta enunciate more. My voice hasn't turned on yet either. You're getting just rolling out of bed, Quag, today. Thank you so much, Dan, for gifting out to the community. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hey, Persephone, how are you today? Alright, let's go back to Monkin.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
We have Orin, Gortash, Steelwatch Foundry, Iron Throne, Saravok, Answer,
and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Mysticarian. Lucky Rubber Ducky. How are you, Captain Corf?
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Right, we're seeing if I could justifiably fit heat into this setup at all.
There you go, Quack.
I want to, I don't think I realistically can. Oh yeah, we have House of Grief too. I think
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
I think I long rest, and then we go get Rapture. And then I do like the rest of the act on that long rest. Honestly. It's Heel Trooper. I can't speak. Ugh. Morning, Leia. How are you? Lurking mornings as usual. Glad to be here. Glad to have you. Oh yeah, Flint. And Mark as well. How far did you each get in your runs? I wasn't able to lurk for the entirety of each of your streams, but I like keeping track of how the homies are doing. I saw Grady also lost a run to my worst fear. That's that stupid fucking room in the Gauntlet of Shar. Morning, Alaria. How are you? On the road today? I wanted to pop in and say hello. I appreciate you. Hey, Trade. How are you? Good though, a bit sleepy. How are you? Bit sleepy. Bit sleepy. Waking up has been difficult today. Pixie Blessing acquired, setting up Act 2 and Last Light. Let's go. You breezed through the mountain pass. Holy shit, man. Yeah, I guess I rest here. I've gotten weird about long resting. I don't like doing it. Alright, let me think. What am I gonna be punching? I'm trying to figure out if I need magical fists. could somewhat reasonably drop the druid levels, I guess, if I'm worried about that. Opt for something like, 642. I think that's a safer call. Having the druid levels while we were doing duel's prerogative stuff was pretty cool. Glad we got used out of that. Hey Milak, how are you? Auden, one of you ever? What do you mean? Orgaz fight was scuffed as fuck, greater invis caused all kinds of weirdness. Ugh. Ever since the one time where I accidentally surprised myself against Wargaz by dropping a chandelier on my own head, I'm just too wary of that fight nowadays. Good, thanks for asking. Made it to the hideout, got Titan String. Nice. Nice, 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 Flip. I've had that happen too. I didn't know it was a thing until I was sitting there, terrified. Everyone's surprised except him. Yep. Yep. Take religion or arcana, the ones I would actually want. Hey, Ems. How are you? Now, as much as I want to stick with 4 elements for a while, do I end up going open hand? Like, okay, here's where I'm at. I want to be 4 elements for answer, but I think I want to be open hand for, like, everything else. Do we go fight answer mostly unbuffed? It's 4 elements. And then respec. Yeah, alright. I know what we're gonna do. We're gonna fight answer without doing things I'm supposed to do. Yeah, I know what we're gonna do. What if I use ice blocks as cover for answer's bullshit? Oh no. Yeah, this is gonna be toxic. Crystals work, and how many of those are there? And how many of them survive the first attack? What if the attacks go through it? There's a UI element you can see. You'll get a condition applied on you called Answer's Ire. And if you have that, then that means you're not protected. But if you don't have that, it means you're in cover. Not for 2 to 3 attacks, I think. You would think incorrectly. That's why it's better to have backup plans, be it other forms of cover or moving to the natural cover in the room. You can use either of the entrances to the room for that. You can use the far corner where that water myrmidon hangs out, as long as you don't get chilled, because then you freeze by going into the steam cloud, and that's fucked up. I think instead of taking a second feat, I might just take Monk 7 for evasion. Because we're gonna be... I'm gonna be respecking around some things. Also don't have the best wisdom for what I'm gonna be doing here. Really respec again. Fix that. You know, let's do that to fix it. Because I'm not gonna wear this. I might have to wear that. Or this. Let's redo that properly.
Dost thou require?
But for this rest, these boots aren't going to be useful to me. I won't have enough wisdom for them to help. But that's okay. I don't need them to. Amulet offers better rewards than actually completing the quest, doesn't it? There's a few different ways you can complete the quest, Batchet Man. One of which gives you a version of the amulet that doesn't have any downsides. But full transparency, I've done it infrequently enough that I don't remember which gives me that favorable outcome. So we'll actually have to look at that. That's something we can look into. Yeah, good shout bringing that up. I should look at that. Not just Tasha's laughter, the more you know. So if you go that route and actually help the spirit, you can get a use of Tasha's laughter. You succeeding or failing that check decides whether you get penalties alongside that. But if you instead say, no, fuck you, I'm not helping you, and you kill the spirit, the amulet changes to a version that doesn't have the spirit in it, but it still has all the abilities you can use. And I think the key restoration mechanically changes. So that's why I gotta look at it. Hey, Third Monkey, how are you? Free Fighter for -1 crit be worth it? For the specific thing I'm doing here, no, because we're gonna try to kill Answer mostly inside of a surprise round with Assassin. So we'll already be critting. It's the idea, anyway. Hey, Astronomer. Hope you're well. Relatively relaxing week. That's good to hear. I just use one twisting branch, just as a treat. Forgot Discord notification. Oh, yeah, you're so correct. Let's see, what special character am I using today? We'll use an underscore. Shadow Cloak Ring. We're going to be using Helldusk boots. I guess Ring of Protection is the sensible thing here, although I'm gonna go with the Sparks Wall. It doesn't protect you against everything Answer can do, but it protects you against most of it. We're gonna go with Helm of Baldur over Helldusk Helmet. I should go get Roland's Mage Armor again. Move those over. Okay, this should be okay. Anointed Splendor. Hold off on Rapture. Soul Coin. Do I need Roland's Mage Armor? I have 27 AC. That's fine. Roland Mage Armor. Yeah, so you know the thing we do to get a special version of Shield of Faith from Priestess Gut? Well, there's basically we can use Roland to do the same thing in Act 3. It's the same buff, 2 AC until long rest. Stacks with everything. So it's quite cool. How do you make him do it? You need to be an ally with Roland, and you need to get into combat with him on your side. So the setup that that Trade and myself scienced out is spawning hostile Connor up in Leroican's area after having killed Leroican with Roland alive. Roland will spend his turn casting his Mage Armor on you, and then Connor will run up to you and hit you. You just kill Connor. Glad everyone is at last joining the Roland fan club, even though it might not be for the same reasons as I. Yo, House of Hope already? I have not done House of Hope yet. That'll be, we'll go Open Hand Monk for that. Pretty good argument for me running Helmet of Grit. My HP low. We'll wait. Jurgen. Dominate person work? I don't know. Good question. So I believe Hostile Connor is even more useful than Friendly Connor can be. They're both incredibly useful. Just for different things. I personally do prefer Hostile Connor. At this point I'm convinced that Hostile Connor is a dev tool. And they knew what they were cooking. This is illuminated. I was hoping this area wasn't illuminated. Callous Glow won't do anything. He's got 4 DR. Huh. Really like my ring options here. And ironically, it might just be Whispering Promise, because I don't have the Blessed statue on right now, because I respect. Crusher's Ring's always useful too. Well, Whispering Promise. Okay, we have 20 rings. 10 per hands, 10 per feet. 21 rings. I still have yet to test out Cyanide Fairy Fire against a hostile counter because I'm obsessed with Pathfinder. Oh yeah, that's the thing that does need testing. You're so right.
The dragon.
I am answer me, Facey.
The Emperor.
Old your answer. What front have you? That you and now you bring
Friend
your
and more.
friends
They were
to
roommates.
dear, and I
They were
get
roommates.
this time.
Makes so much sense. Oh my god, they were roommates. Biographers in shambles. Let me have the right gloves on too. Important. Oh, I have a fire shield scroll. We'll use that to get cold resistance. I mean, I'm gonna universal res too. Who am I kidding? Protection from evil and good. Gives everyone in that fight disadvantage. Helldusk boots stop me from going prone. And we'll raspberry to turn on Whispering Promise as necessary. Have I used the shield for Manual of the Heart versus Rest? I feel like I haven't. I haven't. Cool. Cool. Boss, you think Baldurin was? There's probably information on that. I'm assuming fighter. Because he's got a great sword, he's got a shield, I think. He's got a medium armor helm, he's got a long sword. It's kind of just some dude. Fighter vibe. Already using Unruly Blast? I did. That enlarged scroll that I keep forgetting about would have been really useful here too. Funny that. I forget invis spots. Well, I need more than this, but we'll make it work.
You can't see me.
What do I want to start with? I don't think this will work the way I want it to, but do it anyway. You can sneak attack that. Cool. Yeah, I'm glad I didn't opt for Helmet of Grit. something else I wanted to have for this. That's fine. Is it fine? Kind of fine. Could Terrazul here? That can wait. Evasion. Answer just got hasted. Because the head went through the cloud. And out of key points. Care that amount of key points, to be honest. We're little baby folks now. Just Dancing Breeze Rogue build, so fun. Beat up Cazador's Ascended Stage, scared me every time I used a spell. One turn just HP full. Very nice. One turn did around 350-ish damage. Yeah, if I had bothered to long rest before doing this, we could have killed them all in one. But meh, I'm kind of. I don't really rest anymore. I don't know why. Do I have a way to hold these guys in place? Do. Forgot to go get my haste scores. Okay. Sure. I do not have Answer's Ire. Apply sneak attacks weirdly. Read the item. It's finesse. That's why I can apply sneak attack. Unless you mean something else. Lost my honor mode run at the Shambling Mound. Want to get level 10. Shambling Mound is one of those scary enemies. There's like no benefit to fighting it other than a little bit of XP, but it's a run killer. Ironwood Club, meh. Much the immunities. The immunities can be annoying. Oh, I have advantage because you're blinded. That's fun. Could go for a Mind Blast.
What's it gonna take?
Can you just not do your thing while you're blinded? Okay. You're gonna make me play Nature Domain, show you Ironwood Club stocks? Do it, Trade. Do it. So weirdly, you know, won't be able to sneak attack them with a specific action. It'll apply sneak attack damage to an attack once per turn. So, did you go into your reactions and put ask on this? And what do you mean by you won't be able to attack them with a specific action? Are you making sure you have advantage when you're targeting someone? Like, not giving a lot of information to go off. Yeah, let's... Ooh. Hey, nice little crit. Thank you, evasion. Thought I would have the Terrazul here, but looks like I don't. It's like Answer's another one of those hitbox situations like Merkel where he's so big that you can get all the benefits of darkness without any of the downsides. Still wet. I have no movement speed. Lol. It's auto done. So it's not giving you the option to reaction sneak attack because you didn't tell it to. You can't click on the sneak attack action. Gotcha. Yeah, that part's weird. Nature Domain seems bad, just from surface level wiki diving. Know where that got me with Quarry Monk. I had a level of Nature Cleric for most of my my Gale Barbarian run, just to pick up proficiencies and Shillelagh that way. It was pretty nice. At the end of the day, Nature Cleric's a cleric, right? So it's gonna be in good shape. I could afford to spend a turn not attacking Answer. Those haste spores still there? No, they're gone. Oh, with Nature Domain Stonks. It's got a good Divine Strike. You can choose between a bunch of different elements. Mr. David Bolin, how you doing? Torch Ash for 100 damage first hit going into combat. Yeah, rogues can just kind of do that with like literally any weapon. If you're your class at that point, or if you crit, or if you have vulnerability, and you can do all of that together. Rogues are great. I want to try to ability drain his dex. I don't really care to. Like, I could Terrazul at any point here. Yeah, you could have been doing more. Hate how dragon hitboxes are here. To figure out which part of his body I actually want to attack. So here. Done. Alright. I don't like this fight. If my lack of enthusiasm doesn't convey that, I do not think they cooked with the answer fight. Spike growth, plant growth, Sleet Storm. Sleet Storm might be me over-indexing on tabletop. Sleet Storm's pretty useful in this game. It's great for dropping concentration, and ice surfaces are very good. Seems really simple. It is, Irish. It is. It's a simple fight that's just, there is nothing happening beyond big number. And for this point in the game, I'm like, really? That's the dragon fight? Okay, don't talk to me, Abs. Fuck. You have an attack option here. This would be a funny way to end a run.
Good, we must.
Globe of Invuln also stops his gather power. I'm not surprised, but there's walls. Any cover stops it. You don't need to spend a 6th level spell that makes you invulnerable to damage when built-in brick wall will do, you know? This sword sucks, by the way. We're selling it. Makes it do no damage. You know what also makes it do no damage? Standing behind the built-in cover that can't be destroyed. It doesn't cost you any resources. Like I said. And then if you're going to commit a scroll as a solution to stop the attack, you know how people shit on Wall of Stone all the time? Well, Nazatur used Wall of Stone to protect himself and his army of summons on his summoner playthrough against Answer, and it was fucking cool. It's just, my issues with Answer is that the hitboxes on the dragons in this game are messed up. The dragons are legitimately just 5 enemies in a clown car, if not more. Like, each of the legs is its own hitbox when the walls don't get broken by the attack that it blocked. The attack doesn't keep going after it breaks the wall. Yeah, the hitboxes are messed up. You can see if you try to fly near Answer, like, his head hitbox is way bigger than his head. Same with his wings, same with his limbs. Like, there's some intuitive things, like the, water myrmidons will make ice surfaces, which will eventually melt, which will become water, that Answer electrifies. And, like, they play into their mechanics, their Larianisms, pretty well in that regard. Of course, my cat is acting out now. Come on, Jake. Don't knock that over. I need that. It's clockwork. But yeah, Act 3 levels of player power. The fight's not hard. It's just big number. It's boring. It doesn't help that a level 7 feature, both Rogue and Monk become immune to almost every attack in that fight. You can also take Shield Master to turn off almost every attack in that fight. Answer is an undead, which means you can just use protection from evil and good and impose disadvantage on basically everything he does. He won't try to use his fear thing on you. He can't hit you. Like, meh. Knock that over, Jake. How you doing, badly dressed onion? The Myrmidons also do that vapor mist healing thing, does a huge area of water. They can, and they do. And Answer is immune to the downsides of being made wet. So they make you wet so that Answer does double damage to you. There's aspects of the fight that are interesting. I think if there were maybe like a lot more Myrmidons, I'd like the fight more, because then it would be managing the army of those, which are genuinely more threatening than like while you just had Answer like there harassing you. That would be cool. If I were in charge of changing that fight, I would put a ton more enemies. Like, you can directly compare the Answer fight to the Raphael and the Cazador fights, where there are rooms full of enemies that surface level they might not seem too threatening, but like if Chatterteeth puts you to sleep, you're just fucked, right? In the Cazador fight, the Ghasts can deny you your actions with the poison clouds. They can paralyze you with their claws. The werewolves have physical immunity and really good movement. Over in the Raphael fight, the Cambions do a ton of damage if you allow them to stay near Raphael himself. If Raphael spawns Marigans, they can really do a lot of damage. They can harass you, they can lock down your movement, they can inflict fire vulnerability on you. Like, there's a lot going on in terms of the support enemies in those fights, and I feel like they're much better designed because of that. But in Answer, you get 2 Myrmidons and a wall of meat. A meatless wall of meat. Each turn, Answer's alive, 2 to 3 additional Myrmidons spawn. What is that, your idea for the fight? Meh. Then you just kill him in 2 turns. I would prefer if there was just, like, a lot just there. Like, instead of 2 at the start of the fight, 10. That might sound like a lot, but it's a dragon fight in a D&D setting, right? It should be noteworthy. It's not. But yeah, that's an idea, Pringles. I'd be curious to... You hear this guy? I'd be curious to hear, what ideas you guys have for that fight. Am I crazy? Is the Answer fight generally well-liked, and I'm just in the minority here? I would love to hear your thoughts. On a hit, he spawns Myrmidons. Like, him hitting you, or you hitting him?
Need a word.
I've never fought Answer. Not
Whatever
missing out.
happens next,
Like to fight more than Gortash. What about the Gortash fight is off-putting for you?
as accurately as possible.
Not saying you're wrong, I'm just curious. Jake. I guess you didn't want water? Like, what are you cooking, man? This better not be about your food bowl, because I just looked at it and it is full. Brother and Mia, it is full. Actually full. I'm gonna pour more to see if this works, but
Did you hear something? I believe there's a Kevin near you.
You're not that spoiled. I think he's that spoiled. You idiot, I haven't eaten since 2 seconds ago. Yeah, apparently. Full of food he doesn't like. Oh, so we had to top it off with the fresh food. The fresh food that's sitting in a container next to the other food. I see. Bola doesn't really have money. If you summon a red dragon turn 2, it's not killed because Answer's extra abilities. Almost like Saravox passes, kinda. I don't know how Answer would, like... I don't know how you justify that lore-wise, because... Answer's, like, a good aligned dragon, right? Him summoning a red dragon would be like, how can you do that, you know? Answer's a pretty cool fight, does fall short compared to how dragon fights are usually handled. Yeah, Gaming Dolphin. Like, I'm comparing Answer both to dragon fights in media in general, and to the other boss fights in this game, and it falls short in both categories. So, like, what's up with that? I'm not going to want to respec anymore, so... Figuring out if I want to plan my wisdom around Khalid's gift or not. I don't think I do. I think I'd just do this. I'd prefer having okay charisma, but this is better. I could tank my strength a little bit, given how often I have the elixir on, but this is fine. Gortash should also have evasion, because why not? Kind of out of the way as a side boss type deal. Maybe they didn't want to overshadow their other fights in the main story. But then explain Cazador. Cazador is entirely a side thing, has no connection to the main story at all. Cazador works as a boss fight, and doesn't have any of these issues. Alright, what multi-class do I want to do now? We're going open hand monk now, so I think I do want thief. Gortash should be romanceable as third for me personally. Are you gonna persuade your gear like this? He either gets in line or he dies. We're gonna have advantage on the check. I'm gonna pop a buff for that. Cazador gets special powers because of starring the favorite princess of the game. I thought that was Shadowheart. Be rad if Answer gave special debuffs to Tadpole users. That would be cool, Astronomer. Actual consequences for Tadpole use, like negative consequence. I'm sure some RPers would hate that, but like my response to that is turn down your difficulty. So, I should be going Rogue 4 for the additional feat. I think I'm gonna go Monk 7 instead to keep evasion. Switch back to that. We go into our passes, we turn on Manifestation of Mind. So now our Flurry of Blows damage. We also put on our Eldest Gloves. It's looking pretty good. We can get that higher too. And keep in mind, we're imposing vulnerability to the psychic damage. And this is not accounting for the damage of Shadow Cloakering. Pick the extra feat, alert. Because I'm only at +9 initiative right now. If I don't also put on Mask of Soul Perception from where I am right now, then Yurgir and Raphael can both out-initiative me, which is awkward. So there's a solid chance that I start that fight with Elixir of Vigilance on, and then I have Invisible Shovel attack a Cloud Giant Elixir that's at my feet. Solid chance. For when we do House of Hope. We'll get there. I forgot to factor in Anti-Ethel's Boon here. So we did accidentally kind of go with a distribution that Khalid's Gift likes. Whoops. That's fine. That is more damage. Alright, I think we rest. This will be either... No, Orin already took Lae'zel. Be Mizora trying to bang me, I guess? Yeah.
And so, what? We are the warriors who'll slay the Absolute. Yeah. Grand Duke Will Ravengard, Marshal of the Flaming Fist, the city's truest defender. The Blade of Frontier.
The Blade of Avernus. Complete the Blade of Frontiers. Well, Quag, since you asked for an update, I'm only halfway, so we'll see how I feel about it later. So far, Pathfinder's been amazing for me, having tons of fun. Building started to make more sense to me, more classes, more levels to take, more feats, etc. So it was overwhelming at first, easier to mess up. I'm finding myself really caring about companion arcs. I love to hear that, Leia. I love to hear that. Sometimes, at least in the past for me, RPGs have been like slow start. It takes a while for me to get attached. Like Dragon Age Origins is one of my favorite RPGs ever made now. But at the time, it took me 3 attempts to actually get into it. I'm glad to hear that the Pathfinder successfully grabbed you. Looking for weapons such as tridents or warhammers. Damon had tried in the groves. +1, getting last light in. Where kicking gnomes to the water at Grimforge and a regular warhammer. Okay, so Damon having that +1 trident is not a guaranteed thing. But the dwarf having warhammer, that is good info. Alright, so we have our blessed statue back now that we've rested. I need to shapeshift here. We're gonna go get Rapture. Yeah, that's fine. Actually, I don't need that. We're instead gonna run. Alright, Auntie Charm is broken. We have all forms of enhanced ability now. Need Connor. We'll use that to go get mage armor from Roland in a moment here. Assassin of Balcal gets C and Biz. Most fun I had is as the gnome sorcerer. I ended up Fiendish half dragon. Try to avoid spoilers if you can, but that's cool. I did use all my haste spore grenades. See how much Will can craft. Oh, do we get this on the next rest?
Yeah. But brave. Ready and waiting.
A hearty meal would do the trick. Wonderful. You hunt the deer, then we open the gates to the refugees.
Okay, good job. Well, actually, I do need you to
Let's
craft
talk.
for me.
That.
Where am I needed? The pride of the gate.
I forgot I need black blinders too. We'll buy some if I have to.
Let's talk. Are you
Having Gale
sure?
be my potion boy has also led to making me an extra movement stone every day. Yeah, that's something that I don't do. Well, that movement stone goes away it didn't used to go away when you pass it off to someone and then dismiss them from the party. But I believe they changed it so it does. But yeah, I try to avoid things that I could not achieve by just respecking myself. My personal philosophy there. So let's actually stack up Rhapsody. Dara's showing up awake and pissed off that they grew for me after entering Act 2. Oh, that's weird. Stone goes away, but the buff from it doesn't. So is that bugged? Yeah, that certainly sounds like a bug to me. Personally, I don't do camp casting buffs, so like, you could have someone in your camp cast Warding Bond on you, for example, and then dismiss them. I don't do that for my honor solos, because it's outside the bounds of what I'm willing to do. Just put it that way. Like, are you yawning? We just got out of bed. She's so real for that. A solo honor challenge you think would actually be too hard? I mean, something like... Obviously, there's levels to which you can make the game too hard. Doing something like solo honor level 1, no long rests, no consumables would be probably too hard. I still don't think that's technically impossible. But like, it'd be pretty rough. I don't know. I don't know, Regiment.
Invisible me.
Might need to buy these tools.
Let's go. What are you?
If you're sneaking when this mind player spawns in, you can get a surprise round on it. I'm just lazy and for gore.
Hells, but no tail. Just
The woman's senses are high.
But perhaps close your eyes. You have one word. And you.
Okay, we got Rapture. And now we check potion vendors real quick. Is this Fisco hostile when she could have sex? Did you not pay attention to what happened? Master's roll 2 with advantage. His last protection from good and evil on his first roll. His dice are so cursed today. His dice are so incredibly cursed.
What? Clear out then. I don't care much for your timing, but I like your gold well enough.
I like Cloak of Displacement. Horns of the Berserker are pretty good too. But I want crit protection in that slot. Do I have temp HP from right now?
Let's go to Calm's guns. She has the most fabulous scent.
From the enhanced ability. Right.
Armor was a bomb.
Metamorphosis has a way of making you go hostile, I hear. Yeah. Not every squid is horny, apparently. Respecting make Rapture of Bliss Force go away? I don't know. I have other buffs that will go away if I respec, so I'm not going to be respecing on this rest. At least not until we're done with most of the bosses.
Time for a natter.
Anyway, we cannot
Push
take
Maker
your
above
pick.
Danthilin. Yep, I'm aware. We go to him all the time. I had 36 gold, so I wasn't going to go to him. I don't have good attitude with him. We're selling off stuff. Yeah, let's get Roland's mage armor. And then we're going to go to the Mirror of Loss. I should have waited to pop Khalid's gift, because now I can't do guidance.
Here goes.
Thank you, Roland. .29 AC. What just happened? So Roland, all of Roland's spells are like customized versions of existing spells, including his mage armor. His mage armor is not mage armor at all. It is more like Priestess Guts' version of Shield of Faith, where it's just 2 AC until long rest. No concentration, stacks with everything, it's just 2 AC until long rest. So if Roland is an ally of yours, and you get into a combat near him, he will prioritize putting that on any ally who doesn't have it. So, by putting myself between him and Connor, putting Connor in a position where Connor will attack me, Roland will always go after me before Connor will mage armor me. So it's just 2 AC. But previously, using the Priestess Gut Shield of Faith, we could get 2 AC for the first acts of the game, 2 acts of the game, and not now. But now that we can use Roland to the same effect, we can just have a passive 2 additional AC for the entire playthrough. With a little bit of know-how. You gonna put this on me when I rescue him in Act 2? I think he only has the spell in Act 3, Mark. I think he only has the spell in Act 3. The tricky part is actually getting into a fight in a controlled manner where Roland will cast it on you. For anyone trying to use this in a run, hostile Connor is by far the easiest way. There's other ways, it's just they're either less sustainable, like you can only do them once, or 2 or 3 or 4 times, or they require things that risk Roland's safety. He has it in Act 2. Now, are you sure about that? Because I know Roland will cast Mage Armor in Act 2. I have never seen him cast Roland's Mage Armor. They are different spells. So are you guessing, or are you 100% positive?
Steady. Shadow lag.
Yeah. He casts regular Mage Armor. Like Leia and Trader confirming. Suppose you could use Familiars and Scratch Shovel if you use Abyss Beckoners. Yeah, Abyss Beckoners could maybe work. That could work. Yeah, you might be onto something there, Batshit, man. That's worth testing. I like that idea. Have to wait until they aggroed. It ticks out of combat, right? So you just wait.
Saddle up.
Oh yeah, I was supposed to mess around with the amulet. Someone remind me after the mirror. That we need to check out the Sentient Amulet questline.
My dogs are barking.
Yeah, that's a really good strat, Batshit, man. The more I think about that, the more I like that a lot.
Like a vandal. Foxy. Oh yeah.
So, crossing the threshold here makes this person hostile and makes this door unclosable. Mildly interesting.
Prisoners.
Merkel bullied Naz.
What's
Ah.
been done to them?
I heard his dice were being his dice.
Quiet. Let's ride.
Right into his top tier stream though. Yeah. I always enjoy his runs. I guess part of the entertainment at this point is Nazatur just being incredibly unlucky. And usually being able to roll with it. And course correct, but sometimes you can't. Some situations are just fucked. Dice really said dice to beat you. Hey Grady, how are you? That was really something today? Oh no. Did we have Gigabrain ideas like just roll better, Strimmer? Phone fell on my face halfway through that message. Need to make a 3 to make con save insta-fail in 1 and 2. I had a run relatively recently, Pogler, where I kept losing concentration by rolling 3s on those saves. On Merkel, even. So I've decided that if you ever care about concentration, have +9 to your, or sorry, +8 to your con saves. Just have +8 to your con saves. I know it's not as simple as just have the bonus, and you would think with something like Bless and Bliss Spores, if you're combining those, and like Resistance, you could have enough, but you want minimum +8, because then you still fail on a 1, but 1 is the only thing you fail on. An advantage and advantage. Plus 8 and advantage makes it pretty ironclad. Oh, I forgot a thing. We gotta go back real quick.
Let's turn down the fire.
Phew.
As a plus 8 advantage, probably only fail on the second turn. No, he just rolled double ones because the game actually seems to hate his runs. I feel so bad.
There's a hole behind those crates. Nice little hole here. Someone needed a bit of space.
I wish Carla could call my hole nice.
What do we have here? A mirror that takes memories.
You what? What did you say, astronomer? Are you being weird again? Again. Actually, Strimber was a 2 with advantage. I listened to that last night, sure it's no knowledge, just figured out if shapeshift and gnome in Act 3, you use the gloves from my hand under to give you student decks. No. Yep. It's you can shapeshift for all race benefit gear, as long as you equip it in the correct order. I like to think I know this game pretty well. Definitely the best of my friends who play it. I don't even understand some of the things you do. Always feel free to ask. A lot of the stuff you see challenge writers like myself do is built on shared knowledge. And the only way you find that out is by talking through ideas with other people.
A huge polished disc looms before you.
Okay, we offer a prayer.
A mirror, one used by the shards to plunder memories from the minds of others.
Second try's good.
You feel a presence. You must surrender some part of yourself.
So I could guarantee the +2 by giving up the book knowledge from the Necromancy of Thay. The Deception one's a trap, it doesn't do anything. We're gonna give away my Riz.
Still though, you feel the it seemed where once the mirror showed nothing, there is now.
I gave away a bad stat in the hopes that it would fail, so I'd get more chances at the +1 charisma, but I've been lucky lately and it's been denying me that.
And now offered to you to choose from.
So I could take Dex to improve my initiative, but Wisdom is more manifestation damage.
Experience the dark. Making me sweat.
Oh. 18 Wisdom now. Hey, Sora, thanks for taking care of Stay. I appreciate it.
Interviews, politics, gossip, all of it gets copy of you.
don't have nearly as many invis forces as I would like. Also don't know what I got buffed up to do. Need more invis.
She's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Urban, is that you? Anyway, we can take your pick.
Maybe I just don't have access to invis for a while. Alright, what can we do bully-wise? This is what our Flurry of Blows card damage is looking like right now. Oh, I ask this like every time come to your stream. Do you do a buff check? Sure. There are enough buffs in the game to do that. To do don't end stream till the buff stack reaches top of your screen. Yeah, you can get there with conditions. Maybe not necessarily with buffs. You can get there with a combination of buffs and debuffs. Yeah. Friendly reminder, check on the monk necklace. Thank you, Pringles. Thank you. We'll do that next. So this is Roland's mage armor. This is a new strat we've started using. Basically, in Act 3, Roland has a unique spell that he will cast on allies that is 2 armor class until long rest. Stacks with everything. So we do a little bit of shenanigans to engineer a controlled fight at the start of every day, where Roland is like, you need help, I got you, bro. Mage armor. And then we kill Connor, put him back in our backpack, and leave. So that's 2 AC. That's why I have 29 AC right now. Steeped in Bliss is from carrying around the Resonance Stone. Rapture is the Act 3 version of Bliss Spores you can get once. Scarlet Remittance is from Rhapsody. The Invis I cast on myself from the Assassin's Ball Cowl. Owl's Wisdom, Cat's Grace, Bull's Strength, Eagle's Splendor, Fox's Cunning, and Bear's Endurance are from Auntie Ethel's Charm. Aid is from Khalid's Gift. Elixir of Cloud Giant Strength, Infernal Fury is a soul coin. Sweetstone Features is from having a statue of myself commissioned in the circus. Indebted Disguise is just because I'm wearing the House of Hope disguise. This provides me no benefit, it's just there. Because I will forget to put it back on when I go there, so I just never take it off. Anointed in Splendor is from paying the church. Githzerai Mind Barrier is permanent buff from the Act 2 finale. Paid the Price is from letting Auntie Ethel finger my eye socket, because I'm a nasty boy. Wall's Benediction is from sacrificing someone to the fish people in Act 1. And Leviatar's Love is from doing BDSM in front of a bunch of goblins. Let's check the sentient amulet thing. Help the spirit of the amulet. I'm checking the wiki page. BG3 wiki is actually very good for things like this. Hey, thank you for the tier 1 regiment. I appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, the ad for viewing, all the good stuff. Thank you so much. Okay, so I just need to refuse to bear the monk's curse and fight him, and then I will get a version of the amulet that does not have any downsides.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
And then rather than, rather than getting 2 key points back from key restoration with the purple version of the amulet, it is a random number equal to your martial arts die. So what is my martial arts die right now? It's d6, so 1d6 key points is what I would get. Also, apparently the shatter from the purple amulet goes up to level 3. It's an upcast shatter. May be useful for low level runs. Okay, yeah, let's go do that. What bosses we doing today? So far we did Answer. Yesterday was Ethel and Cazador. Today is looking like House of Hope. Maybe Viconia. Maybe Saravok. Hey, Lumpy, thank you so much for the $6.90. Nice. Thanks for being an informative streamer, helping everyone. It's really my pleasure. I enjoy hanging out with you guys, talking shop, all that stuff. I do it because I like it, and I'm glad it's useful to you. Thank you so much for supporting me. It really does mean the world. So not having alert makes my initiative a little... +9 is okay, but for reference, +9 is, it doesn't guarantee outspeeding Steel Washers, which is something that annoys me. I would need to put on Mask of Soul Perception, which means no crit immunity, which is part of why I made the Adamantine Splint, or the Adamantine Scale, excuse me, and the Shield, because I can put on crit immunity here, and then customize. We might end up having to use Elixir of Vigilance. We might end up having to use the Hell Giant Gloves, too. Hey, RBF Queen, thank you so much for the 3 months in advance. That's massive. I really appreciate it. Thank you so much. Hope you enjoy all the perks.
On it.
Super useful tips I learned here. Help me beat honor mode. Still too scared to try any solo nonsense. I think you're selling yourself short, Batchet, man. Like, the fact that you thought of that Abyss Beckoner strat just like a few minutes ago.
And she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Like, let's break that down. You came up with an outside-the-box solution for an obscure tech that a stream full of challenge runners and theory crafters had not thought of, and you just did it on the spot. What makes you think you couldn't apply the same thing to solo? Like, I think you could. What did I miss? We were thinking about alternate ways to encourage Roland to use Mage Armor, and Batchet Man thought of using Abyss Beckoners with weak summons like Scratch and Shovel and stuff. So you wouldn't necessarily need Hostile Counter to do it. And that's a really good strat. It's a really good idea.
Here lies Sister Shira Clarwin. Date of birth unknown. Died 1491 DR.
The downside making those unplayable will make them MVP. Yeah.
Wonder what our friend will think of that.
I said bad shit, man. I think that's the joke. I think that's the idea behind the name, but I'm just guessing.
Faithful to the crying god, I wait to find thine empty flesh. Gone, and I might be a
You gonna do a thing? You gonna hop in? Looting corpse failed. I've never seen that message. Huh, I guess I timed it perfectly.
Well,
Oh no, I'm surprised. I actually forgot you get surprised there. I'm so used to having alert. go away.
Yikes. I almost feel bad for the poor man.
I don't. Imagine how this game could be if you could steal buffs. Wizards couldn't WoW buffs, so if you could, besides legendary actions. Oh, there's a lot of pretty unique and powerful ones. I don't know. So what that accomplished is the Sentient Amulet is now, purple instead of blue. And it no longer has Unstoppable. Yeah, that'd be good. How you doing, CTV? And it no longer has the downside. So we can just use this key restoration without having to succeed wisdom saving throws or anything. This will actually be a good way of us getting our key back in combat once Wholeness of Body is no longer available. Against Orin, Unstoppable is just good in general. Like, reducing incoming damage to 1 as long as you have stacks and making you immovable, that's just good the whole game. If there's 4 pieces of gear in the entire game that make you immovable, and one of them you get end of Act 2, one of them you get in Act 3, one of them's super expensive, and the other one you don't get until late Act 1. So, like...
Clown Man is dead. Yes! I has lots of stuff. Just
I don't have money. Forgetting. I don't need to worry about speed pots either, because I haven't been using them. I'm used to that. You want that, though. Nah. Wait, you have an Invis pot. I want that.
Trito! Yes!
Yes, I want Trito.
I has lots of stuff. Just for you.
I probably could use Cloud Giant too, but work with what I got. I still want to do a Devil Foil Mask run. It's just actually min-maxing, like having to micromanage that many party members. It just doesn't sound fun to me. I don't like controlling that many characters. Like, what that run would most likely end up being is I just have 3 people sitting there invis, not in the combat, just in range of me, so I get buffed. That's not fun either. Technically concentrate on 2 spells at once as a sorcerer. No you can't. But feel free to explain. Same spell on 2 targets? That's not 2 spells at once, that's 1 spell.
I've got this. Yes.
You're being arrested for theft. If you have a defense, make it now.
Forgot to shapeshift. More intimidating.
They believe.
Yeah, over here.
I feel like a rose in a tea shop. Not used to lying low. Thank you.
I want a feat to let you concentrate on 2 spells at once, but if you do, you have disadvantage on saving throws to maintain it. Yeah, that's a cool concept. Very, very breakable. But it is a cool concept. I was like, why do I have 7 Aberration Slaying? I forgot we looted Lady Janet's, safe that has guaranteed Fiend and Aberration Slaying. Alright, we have 3 Terrazul. I should probably go get more. Hi, Jumbo Gaming. Never played Baldur's Gate. I'm so interested in it. Would you say current cost would be worth it to someone who's new to the game buying just now? Absolutely. I would say that this game is one of the rare examples in the gaming industry of a complete product that respects its players' time and wallet, and despite the fact it's still being updated, this isn't like a, you know, they launched the game unfinished. This isn't a season pass to get stuff you should have already had. It's a complete experience, and I think that's worth it at its price point. I've paid a lot more money for a lot less game. I would say it's absolutely worth it. Conjuration Wizard just be Cloud kill plus tentacles can't break either. Yeah, that'd be pretty crazy. Go to Basilisk Gate. I didn't check how many universal resistance elixirs I have. Do you slow a lot? Slow would be very good. I mean, Cloud of Daggers would kind of be crazy at that point too. Moonbeam, Sunbeam. Like, Moonbeam and Sunbeam in particular, because you could just keep doing the thing. They are very good damage AoEs that you would just keep clicking.
If you insist.
I have 2 universal resistance. I do need more than that. $60 for 550 hours playtime for me. So yeah, worth it. Let's see. I bought the deluxe, which is what was that? Was that $70 or $80? Whatever that was. And I currently have 2,484 hours. This is also from the perspective of I played the previous Baldur's Gate games before this one came out, and when I heard when I saw that BG3 wasn't early access, I intentionally avoided it for 3 years and all information about it because I wanted to wait for the 1.0 release. I wanted to be satisfied. I had very high expectations, and my expectations were met and exceeded. Nothing but glowing praise for this game. Baldur's Gate Dark Alliance player. I didn't mean that, but sure.
Anyway, take your pick.
No idea this game existed. Until an ex-friend told me about it. I got my friends to play for Drama Happen. I'm sorry to hear Drama Happen, but I'm glad it didn't ruin your enjoyment of the game. Shitstorm on Twitter, etc. Other game devs were complaining BG3 should be the standard gamers hold AAA games up to. On the contrary, it should be the AAA standard. AAA is almost a joke in my book. I think that whole discourse did get, like... Sorry, dying. Kind of misrepresented and blown out of proportion. There were definitely some people who work in game dev at some studios who deserve to be shit on for their business practices, who were saying outlandish things about this game. But, like, as a whole, at least the what I took away from the conversation is that people are amazed that a game could be made like this. That a game could be this good, this universally well received in a niche genre, that being turn-based RPGs, not a very popular genre of games in 2023. And to the point where it reached across like boundaries of different interests, different industries. You had a lot of people who don't really game much taking an interest in the game. And then you have classic RPG fans, but you have people who are into all sorts of things. Like the loudest people who dislike this game, it's like 3 categories. People who can't get past the turn-based thing, which I get it. It can be a lot for some people, and there's nothing wrong with that. Then you have culture war weirdos, because the game's very inclusive. And then you have people being weird about Game of the Year noms. Those are like the categories of detractors of this game. It's an achievement technically. It's an achievement in terms of scope. And I do think this is going to be one of those games people look at for a long time and go, if they could do this, you can do better. So I think that got interpreted by some people who feel threatened by the success of it. I think that got interpreted as like, oh, people are being unreasonable and not everything can be this. And no, of course not every game can be this. This was a game that had, you know, it's an officially licensed D&D title, so there was certainly a lot of clout behind the Baldur's Gate IP, behind the Dungeons & Dragons IP. Larian being lesser known, but having a bit of a cult following from DOS 2, helped them more than a completely unknown studio doing it. But the expectations were high in this game. This was something that WotC wasn't gonna like allow to be bad. But woke. So I wouldn't expect like a smaller title from a new untested studio to be this in any capacity, whether it's, you know, the narrative attention to detail, the branching decisions, the gameplay features, none of it. I wouldn't expect this. Yeah, I feel the same about D4. Yeah, D4 is the most letdown I've been with a game purchase in several years. This game is so big and so attractive to D&D people that I know people who don't play video games at all who sunk 100+ hours into it, and that's big. 100 hours for people who don't consume games the way those of us that are here do, that's a massive number. That is not normal for, like, non-gamers. If you ever try to have a discussion about how much time you sink into games with people who do it very casually, often you end up in this situation where it's like, yeah, I sat down and played the game for like 4 hours a couple times this week. I didn't have much time to play it. And they're like, I played it for like 2 hours this month. There's a really big disconnect. So if you have someone like that who's like, yeah, I sat down, did a 100-hour playthrough, that's not normal. That's a very notable thing. I need to figure out a safer way of, like, I could close that, punch that open in disguise, but I should really just kill everyone here. Do I not have to speak with animals?
Step up and let Skittles sort you out.
I'll take the input scroll too, actually.
And let Skittles sort you out.
Thank you, Skittle. Brilliant. Big thing is this is a finished game. Maybe it's what made it spike in so much in controversy, all this big sea of cash grabs. Well, I don't think releasing a finished product should even be entertained as a controversial idea. Like, that successfully being branded as controversial speaks to a bigger issue.
Shield our people from the depredations of the absolute heretics. You have come far, I
Just killed Renegade with the Quiet Kid.
How may... Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
Suicide Squad, that first quadruple A game. I don't remember the name. Was that Skull and Bones? Was that it? I don't know if Act 3 is fully finished. Act 3 is definitely undercooked compared to the rest of the game. There are clear signs of cut content. And Act 2 is my favorite part of the game, for sure. And Act 1 especially shows how much attention to detail they put in the early access window. I would say that, you know, Act 3 is a step behind, quality-wise, behind Act 1 and 2. Act 1 and 2 jointly, very, very good. Act 3, still great. By the standards of this game, excuse me, I can't speak. By the standards of this game, less great, but, like, compare BG3's Act 3 to the games industry at large. If we're using that as the barometer, this is still head and shoulders above, even though it is the most flawed part of this game. It's still complete, it's just scuffed. And like I said, there's definitely signs of them changing course, like the Upper City not being in the game. A lot of signs that Karlach's storyline was going to have resolution options that didn't end up making it in. Late rewrites for Will and Halcyon. Rooms in Cazador's estate that don't do anything, that clearly look like they should. Fitting if we go fuck up Saravok just as we can. The idea makes me a little nervous. Let's do the House of Hope. No, I want to keep the boudoir available, actually. Mr. Carrion? Mr. Carrion. Act 2 vibes, Chef's Kiss, Act 2 is just peak. Yeah. Regarding Act 3, I got 500% of what I expected in general. Won't complain it wasn't 600% of my expectations. Exactly. And yeah, to your earlier point, about live service. Yeah, I absolutely hate live service as a business model. I hate what it's done to the gaming industry. I hate what it did to game releases from about 2020 to 2023. Like, the number of failed live service titles in that window should be studied.
Shadows don't suit me.
I'm sorely tempted to just knock this open. But I don't know how that'll interact with Carrion's aggro, so I'll lockpick it. Just roll the 20, Karlach. Don't make me buy more Thieves' Tools. What bonuses? Put on actual gear. For the last couple rolls here. Of course on the last one. Don't let me forget I need more Thieves' Tools now. Never punish.
Tell me, what did you make of its contents? They have a message for you. It is sufficient to say, this message... What?
I don't want to do that, period.
You. What else could you require? Return Thrumbo's body to me, and I will see that you are...
You want that, though.
Compensated.
I'll take that, too.
The 3...
Can't think of many good live service games. Standard I hold up to is Warframe. Even that game took years to be where it's at today. I've heard good things about Sea of Thieves and Warframe as like long-term success stories. But if we look at, there's a bunch of games that would have been better by not being live service at all. I'm a fan of Back 4 Blood. I think that game's super cool, had a bunch of potential, and it absolutely just stepped on its own toes at every step with having to pivot out of live service style content delivery and game design, and that was a damn shame. Marvel's Avengers was an absolute dumpster fire in every way, including content delivery, optimization, but it's also live service. Same with Redfall.
Leave me be. This is my spot. Go. You don't have to eat more. We ran to help. We just...
Outriders was not intended to be a live service game, but people looked at it and were like, this is live service. So no matter how many times people can fly, we're like, that's steps. We're like, no, this isn't live service. We're not doing a live service game. Everyone was like, oh, it's live service. So because of that, it got put in that category, and then people were never satisfied with the amount, despite the fact they explicitly said many times over, this is not live service. There was never enough. People are like, do more. They're like, but we did everything we wanted to.
Since Dallas died, I'm not stupid. I'm not... I don't...
Especially when they ask you to have an internet connection for single player. Gotta love that. Yeah, I hate that so much. In the BG3 devs defense, technically Act 3 seems to also be the most challenging. Every inch of lower city has something going on. Act 1 and Act 2 are a bit sparse in comparison. Well, Act 3 is packed with stuff. It's just the interconnectivity of the stuff is much more limited. Now, that might be because there's so much stuff. Like, there's this idea that people have that just isn't true, that Act 3 doesn't have a lot of content. No, Act 3 has a ton of content. What Act 3 doesn't have a lot of is the illusion of urgency. Like, with Act 1 and 2, there's some amount of linear progression. With Act 3, it's like choose your own adventure. Like, you never need to set foot in this graveyard over here, for example. There's like 5 mini-quests just in this space that's on my screen right now. There's like 5 different mini-quests that I guarantee most players just haven't done. Because you never need to come here. You don't need XP. There's not any particularly memorable rewards here. It's just game there for the sake of game is there. It's content because there's content. But it's not like Act 1 and 2 where you're trying to squeeze out everything you can before the big showdown. At this point, you're sort of checked out after the climactic Act 2 finale, and you're like, oh, okay, I'm just kind of waiting for things to get moving at the same pace again, and they never do. I think Act 2 is the peak of the game. I have a very controversial opinion, but I do agree that AAA games should not be held to these standards. While it'd be nice to have more games like this, there are a lot of games worse than this that are more of a hit for their core target audience. Well, I've had a year to sink into the game, so no notable thing to grab my attention that hard. Push out 2 this year, already ignoring 1, and not going to get to the bottom of the other. I absolutely 100% agree. Games shouldn't be held to this standard, because this game is special. I'm not saying people shouldn't strive for the level of love and attention that went into this game. You should always try, but I don't think that, like, if a game doesn't hit the BG3 level in every category, it's a failure. I don't think that that's a constructive attitude towards making entertainment.
But it's not allowed. Why are you being stupid?
Is this
might need to steal the key for this. No, we're good. Never punished.
Soldier?
I have a fire arrow. I don't. I have a firebolt scroll. I do. Yeah, Karlak, tell him.
Gimme.
Bethesda should strive for this, considering completely overshadowed their RPG. The Bethesda doesn't strive for anything. Bethesda strives for mediocrity. They strive to perpetuate the formula that people have been paying them for decades. Because it works, because it makes them money. Bethesda games are games as a product. We're referring to Bethesda IPs that they are most known for, that being, you know, Elder Scrolls, Fallout. Those are games as a product. They do have things under their umbrella that are less prone to that. Earlier today in Nazater's stream, we were talking about how good the modern Doom games are. That's Bethesda territory, and those aren't subject to that. But you can see a clear difference in quality and effort between what the Doom team puts in and what the Fallout team puts in. Very different. And yes, as far as I'm concerned, Starfield's just Fallout 5, but pretending to be something else. Biggest competition game of the year is platform lock. Zelda game did much less things. Things it did well. I was having this conversation with a friend recently. Priz, if you're here, say something. But Nintendo and Zelda, and you know, Nintendo IPs, Zelda, Pokemon, Mario, they get so much credit just for being household names, and they don't even do anything. Like, anytime any of those IPs try to do anything the slightest bit innovative, there's fan backlash. And Tears of the Kingdom is just Breath of the Wild with new gameplay mechanics. It's nothing super like, oh wow, they did something totally new. No, you just made the same game again, but like with more, which is what sequels should be, but treat it as what it is. It's not some groundbreaking, revolutionary thing like how BG3 effectively revived an entire genre and brought it to crowds of people who did not even conceive of playing games, much less turn-based RPGs. Like it's a different world. It's a different sphere of things. And I say that as a big Pokemon fan. Glenny there is also a big Pokemon fan. That's like basically all we do when we game together. Point of view for Skyrim? Skyrim was a step backwards from Oblivion, but because Skyrim was very popular at a particular time, it became cemented in people's minds as, hey, this is the Bethesda game. So that's why Bethesda's next 3 titles were just Skyrim again with a different coat of paint. It's the formula. The formula makes them money. They've re-released Skyrim like 20 different times in the last 13 years, and it's an infinite money cheat. Why would they change course? Huge Fallout fan, you can see the difference even with Fallout Crew.
I believe
Fallout,
there's a Kevin near you.
Backend, Fallout Public Face, Fallout Corporate. Corporate always seems to win. Seems that way. Here's the thing, AAA was supposed to mean like Hollywood blockbusters with huge budgets. How come Blizzard, Sony, etc. spend 2 to 5 times BG3's budget, upwards of 100 mil, and still bring less content? Because they don't care about the quality. It's games as a product. They care about how much money they can bring in. It's all numbers on a screen. Larian's like, what if we made a game people like? Blizzard, Activision, Ubisoft, they're just like, how can we maximize month one sales? And that's it. Not a Zelda fan, saw both games played. I don't think Tears of the Kingdom is the primitive sequels you describe. Breath of the Wild did not have longevity. Tears of the Kingdom has... Yeah, Tears of the Kingdom having longevity features is a big notable thing. And I do think it's a successful sequel. Do I have a cat to pet nearby? There's no locally available cat right now, Ems. I'm sorry. But yeah, there's definitely a big difference between sequels that put in a big effort to revolutionize a formula and things that don't. I'll give another example. A game I really enjoyed. Insomniac's Spider-Man 2. I really enjoyed all 3 of their Spider-Man games. Good games, fun, enjoyable, well acted, just nice games. Spider-Man 2 did not deserve to be in the Game of the Year conversation. Not even a little bit. No. And I liked that game. But it's like the safest sequel I've ever played. It's just, hey, what if we did more of this thing? And on paper, that's what a sequel is. You know, people like this thing, give them more of that thing. That's it. But it's just more of that thing. Sure, you expand the combat system a bit, longer campaign, you know, more playable characters, but it's all very expected. There was nothing like, again, compare, we're gonna keep using Baldur's Gate as the example here. Compare classic BG games with BG3. Compare BG3 with DOS 2 if you want to keep it in-house with Larian sequelization stuff. Like, it's not comparable. It's not. There's many reasons why this game is received as well as it is and has as much longevity as it does, even before the arrival of the official mod support that's coming in a month and a half-ish. And it's because this is just different. Spider-Man games were a natural progression. It was exactly what should be expected. Yeah, just a safe sequel. They didn't fail in anything they set out to do. They just didn't set out to reinvent the wheel. Which you don't have to every time. But you have safe but good sequels like that. You have safe but bad sequels like Starfield. I know Starfield is a new IP, but it is the same gameplay features as every Bethesda Fallout and Elder Scrolls game. It's the same shit. Anyway, what was I doing? Oh yeah, I was doing this. So we got crit protection. Do I go for 30 AC here? I need protection from evil and good. We need to check the rolling projection and possibly blur. I could cast it from Ethel's Amulet, but I don't want to lose my temp, or not my temp HP. I don't want to lose my 8 HP. As long as BG3 in development, they announced it in 2018, I think. Early access started in 2020. 1.0 is 2023.
Goods for all your magical needs.
So yeah, something like that, Chaser.
Take your time.
And Baldur's Gate fans for literal decades were convinced that BG3 would never happen because there were other like projects that were going to be BG3 over the years that were canceled. So in 2018, Larian was just like, yeah, we're doing it. We're doing the thing. And everyone freaked the fuck out. I I got one more Nox scroll than I needed, but I guess that'll help with any lock-picking incidents. I have Dragon Slaying arrows? No. I would have definitely sold those already. Who am I kidding? Being a Bethesda fan is tough. I love the Fallout series. While I'm not as hard into the Elder Scrolls, it just means I've got several hundred hours instead of thousands into Skyrim. Starfield, however, is a big no for me, and trying to even begin to defend Bethesda feels dirty. And I hear I'm sinking thousands of hours and no small amount of money into their games. And they know that, Jester. Also, having this conversation is not going to be good for me networking in the games industry. I realize that. But they know that. Bethesda knows that. Ubisoft knows that. Activision knows that. They don't need to innovate. They don't need to win you over because they already did. You know what to expect from their games, so they're just gonna do that and then cash the check. Hope it becomes better in 3 years. Hopefully. Something I really have enjoyed with a bunch of games that came out in the last decade or so is games that got glow-ups over the course of several years. Most famous examples of that, No Man's Sky is actually well-regarded now. Came out, what, 8 years ago and was absolutely trashed. Fallout 76 is in that category nowadays, too. Cyberpunk 2077, which was never as bad as people said. Someone who played it at launch, it was never that bad. But it is now very well regarded. I do like a success story of a game actually fixing its shit. And networking involves compromising morals. Well, unfortunately, being a content creator who is trying to make significant money, you don't succeed at that unless you do that. That's just business. So that's why I'm,
I'd love to, thanks.
you know, smaller. I don't have an interest into it. Or the mental fortitude to be fucking fake all the time. I'm just not built for that.
That might be worth a look. Oh, I could go for a good meal. Almost.
Flashing and palm. I'll just open if I do this. Love Cyberpunk's like 100 plus hours at launch, and 2.0 DLC glow up added so much to the game. What is my Cyberpunk playtime right now? It's something around like 500 hours. I've always enjoyed the game, and the 2.0 glow up absolutely just knocked it out of the park. Went from good game to great game, in my opinion. I forgot to oil combustion my bow. Also, I said out loud, hey, I don't have any more fire arrows, and guess what I forgot to get more of? So we need the Ancient Servants to go down first. Is the priority. Nice. back. Had to actually do my job. Welcome back, Regimen. Hope your day's going well. Oh, combustion. I should have. I forgot that too. More lockpicks. Thank you. Thank you. Yeah, I absolutely have to do that. Just looked at different games, comparing rumors, theories, and actual numbers. Recent AAA games in BG3 all have upwards of 100 million budget. Yeah, it doesn't surprise me that BG3 had budget. Like, given the dev time and given Hasbro, Wizards of the Coast, you know, like there's money behind the game, of course. The buff's going across half the screen's cracking me up. Yeah, it gets pretty silly sometimes. So we got 3 ancient servants. Let's try to take out all 3 of those this turn. I think if I Terrazul, I could do it. Let's just use a speed pot. Fullness of body. Still have an attack. Now we have 3 bonus actions. Avanti Ethels gave you all the buffs. So when you let her take your eye as part of the deal, if you then go like, well, give me something, she'll give you a one-time use consumable that gives you every version of enhanced ability, but it's one time. So we saved it the whole game for now. I used it to roll the Mirror of Loss with advantage. I'm going to use it to roll the Traps and Sorcerer Sundries with advantage. I'm using it for the dialogue in the House of Hope. The int checks for the motivators in the Steelwatch Foundry. We're going to try to use it for like all of this stuff. Guessing it's only till long rest? Yeah. Only long rest. Okay, all the ancient servants are down, so I don't need to worry about Frighten or Mummy Rot anymore. Which is what I was concerned about. So, could get Shovel in at this point as well. I remember to fight Ethel again with disadvantage on every attack. Stupid charm. At least this time won't be caught by surprise. Remember returning pike. Yeah, Ring of Flinging might be something worth there as well. You know, it's extra damage on the throws. But returning pike is nice, especially if you're able to get in a position where you're throwing it from elevation. I guess there's also the gloves from saving Balin if you really wanted to go all in on the throw damage. But I don't know if you want to give up your glove slot because Fleet Finger's too good. I have Wholeness of Body active. I can just Flurry of Blows whatever I want, really. You, let's go over here. Favorite class? Hard for me to say. It changes pretty often. If you asked me to answer it without thinking, it would be between Warlock and Cleric. It'd be one of those. Alright, I was holding it the whole fight. I actually have to go to the bathroom. Pure pain. Alright, me back. Hello. This fight's so much more annoying when playing as a pure spellcaster. If you don't prep ahead of time, yeah. You can do what Say said with Wall of Fire. You could use Spike Growth to that end as well. But then you can also do... Welcome back, thank you. You can also do things that are independent of class, regardless of whether you're a martial class or not. Like, every character who has half elithid powers can black hole, for example. You can black hole, you can use smoke powder arrows, you can use alchemist fires, you can do oil of combustion with fire arrows. All the mummies here are they're fireball. The ancient servants. Fireball. Fire vulnerability is very uncommon because it makes enemies very easy to kill. Because there's a lot of just classic Gnostic fire damage available.
Where to?
I have been scared in this room a couple of times. Like one time recently, I forgot that Mummy Rot also turns off healing. So I was playing around healing and taking hits, and then I had to pivot. Mummies are capable of a lot of damage if they frighten you, because they can multi-attack you while you're frightened. And if you thoughtlessly keep spamming your big spells in this room, you're going to be incurring a lot of damage. It's likely that the spell rot damage will even immediately break your concentration if you try to cast a concentration spell. It's just something to be careful of. Put my solo honor attempts on pause for a bit, since I keep wiping deep into Act 2, get back to it soon. Deep into Act 2 is the most difficult part of the game, if you ask me.
A necromantic ritual, no doubt. Well, jars hidden in the bodies of the dead. That might come in handy.
Once that Dryad cast Spike Growth Battle Starter already, it took me some time to register why it wasn't happening. Right. I don't know why sometimes you take necrotic damage. No. But okay. Also break something from outside the door, so it locks, remove curse, pick the door open. Free to cast. Yeah, fair enough. How you doing, Mikalash? Good to see you. What you been up to? Got his name, streamer doing solo on consoles, not knowing too much about the game. If you want to put 2 playthroughs, doing it all the way to Merkle. Some people are just very talented when it comes to the things you need to know to succeed in runs in this game. Like, game knowledge is one way of solving the problems, but there are people who just have good instincts and a good handle on the kind of thinking you need to do well in this game. It's great. I did give some hints to battles real well. That's awesome. Love to hear that, truly. And to start a solo run. Nice. I am terrible at remembering to do things, but click the follow button. Pressure? No, I know you're not pressuring. I did that because I wanted to. Yeah, Mystic Carry. Nice. No, we need to go to Thrumbo. Yeah, okay. You know what I mean now? So, like, with solo runs, I like resetting. I like... This is gonna sound weird and masochistic, but I like losing runs because every run that I've lost has taught me something that I just never want to do again. I've not died to the same thing more than once in a while. Like, I lost a ton of runs to Hold Person, and now I just compulsively equip the Ring of Free Action. You know? That just applied to, like, the whole game.
You came back!
So, don't be afraid of losing some attempts. That's how you'll get in the swing of things. Isn't it better to experience those possible deaths in a practice run? You can test everything. I don't think so. Because, at least speaking from my own personal perspective, if you're doing a practice run, part of you is not going to be trying as hard. Like, if you know it's not the real run, on some level it's going to influence your decision making. Like, the fact that it's a, okay, if I lose, I start over. That will, at least for me, I can't say how everyone else thinks about this kind of thing, but for me, that's, I need to prepare for every possible outcome of every decision I make. I need to not decide to do things that I don't know the possible outcomes of. I need to, like... So something you'll see a lot of is posts of people being like, oh, this is how I lost my honor run, and it'll be them making some choice where they'd never seen it before, they don't know the outcome of, and they didn't account for the possibilities. A more gameplay, like, applicable version of that, rather than a narrative choice thing, would be, if you have an entire strategy that's based around a coin flip, you know, a 50% attack roll, for example, it's a bad strategy. Because that's not consistent. Unless you have a backup plan that will work in the event of the original plan failing. But if you're in a practice run, You could be like, 50-50, I get it or I don't. And then you just freeball it, you know? Or at least I do. Testing what can happen in a situation, what can happen when getting to Zentrum. I don't know the basic knowledge yet. I don't even battle situations. Oh, you don't have the basic knowledge yet? Yeah, I would say that if you're going to do a solo run where you don't know the way a lot of situations can go, keep in mind that most content in the game is optional. Like, to complete Baldur's Gate 3, the only fights you have to win are Merkel, the monks in the Astral Prism, Orin, and that's it. Even the brain in certain routes is completely excluded. For example, if you're Gale, and you choose that option. But also the brain is just kind of a formality. You have so many tools at that point that it's like, whatever. But if there's an encounter you're not sure about the mechanics of, you don't technically have to do it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quag.
Hey, rapid fire.
We quagging it up on this lovely afternoon?
We sure
Quag
are.
wicked.
Thank you so much for the 45 months. That's a really long time. I appreciate you. Hope you've been well. It's good to see you. Is Orin scary? Orin is scary. Especially non-Dark Urge Orin. Dark Urge Orin, she's fine. She's a pushover. She's a formality. But non-Dirge Orin, yeah. Second time the summon weapon, boot me through darkness on an opportunity attack for 56 damage. Yeah, that'll get you. I imagine that was vulnerability max roll damage. Maybe that was a crit. I think you mentioned this once before. Sounds familiar. I'm playing too much Power World. How is that nowadays? You're the first person I've heard mention Power World in months. Orin fight if you don't take Slayer. I wasn't meaning that specifically. Like, Dirge gets the option to 1v1 Orin. The main things with Orin and Honor Mode that make her harder are Baal's Edict and managing a bunch of enemies that you can't directly target. At least in my opinion. That's what makes that difficult. And if you are Dark Urge, you can just take the duel, and then not only are those mechanics excluded, but the game even gives you immunity from being pushed. So you can't be knocked off the edge either. It eliminates so many of the factors. It also eliminates the unstoppable stacks. Very Parabone's version of the fight. Get the key points back. Orin ended my first solo honor mode run, got interactions to know about, shapeshifting, Dark Urge, bugging the unstoppable stacks, not stopping the stack up. Yeah. 12 stacks of unstoppable per turn is pretty significant. It is. What's the plan for Orin here? Just pop about 20 attacks a turn. I actually haven't put together a plan for Orin yet, Regiment. With my current class setup, there's nothing I can really do to clear that fight safely. So, like, we're gonna have to do class agnostic strats. Weapons that have AoEs. Spells from scrolls and items. My current setup is not at all suited to deal with Orin. I could just hit her enough times to burn through Unstoppable and kill her before she can do anything. That would be a pretty big flex. But that wasn't what I had in mind. Maybe I end up doing it, though.
Activated. Marching.
Seems in theme, though.
Time for a soft touch.
Come closer, spirits.
Easy does it.
I expect perhaps a few.
Let's flex here. Let's just flex with a lot of attacks. Each additional damage count against unstoppable? No. Not the crit miss. Endgame equipment's a little grind heavy. It's still a fun update. Hey, I'm glad to hear. I've decided I want even more attacks, so... It removed those in the wrong order. That's okay. That's fine. I'm gonna get the Terrazul jitters here. But I'm worried. I'm immune to that because I'm immune to poison. Holds the body rogue, helmet of grit, believe they do stag, you get 4 bonus actions. Yep. I absolutely would. Guys even hate you. Not while I'm hasted. Once my haste wears off, yeah. Oh yeah, Terrazul AC stacks with haste AC as well, so... Yeah, you can get into the 60s for armor class in this game, technically. Very briefly, but...
Another?
flew high enough that it aggroed the guys on the top floor. That's great. I love that. Even the haste, though, in action surge comes with like 14 total hits, kind of tight for 12 stacks of unstoppable. Well, you gotta account for the fact that I can use some of those actions on things that hit multiple times. So, like, I could use some of those actions on, for example, Nair Misser, Magic Missile. Each bonus action I use in Flurry of Blows is 2 hits, like Batshit Man said. I could use the Artistry of War scroll. I could do all that stuff. What's left on the docket before we do the final fight? We're gonna do all bosses next, so we still have, House of Hope, we still have, Iron Throne, Steel Watch Foundry, Gortash, probably do Sarevok. We still got a bunch of stuff. House of Grief. I went and did the mirror, but I didn't do the fights. Starting Orin with a surprise round. Yes. Yes. Mirror without doing the fight, you go to the mirror. I don't understand the question. I forgot to Psionic Overload. I could have done that.
Oh, yeah.
Just hide right here. But the fight is there? Yeah. You go to the mirror. Like, if the fight is here, and the mirror is here, you go to the mirror. Like, the people are there, and the door is locked, and the aggro is open. May I introduce you to stealth mechanics? If they aggro, if they see you open the door, what's your solution here?
Here I go. This breaks now if you lockpick. What if you're hiding? Don't look.
That entire area is super dark. They can't see you unless you're standing in their sight cones while not hiding. If you're just hiding, like, what are they gonna do? What I do is I drink an Invis pot. Well, I kill the sentry outside, then I drink an Invis pot, and I walk past Viconia. I go up right next to the guard who's right in front of the door, hide, steal the key from their pocket, open the door, walk past them. I'm hiding, they can't see me. Go to the mirror. Polymorph to their allies, just don't get seen. Back up though when you say 60 AC. Yeah, it's far above what you need for anything, but you can, in theory, get to something like 60 total AC if you really put your mind to it. Practically speaking, there's no benefit over like 38 or something. But like right now, I'm chilling at 29. I don't have anything actively buffing my AC right now. This is just from my gear and other passive buffs I've accrued, like Roland's Mage Armor. You know, fighting style. I could swap shields, go up to 30. If I had remembered to get a weapon that I wanted in earlier acts, I could have 31 from there. I could have another AC from here, 32. I could have another AC from there, 33. I could have another AC from there, 34. If I had remembered to get the other AC ring, I could have 35 from that. And that's just 35 passively. That is without accounting for haste is another 2, Terra Azul is another 2, concentrating on Shield of Faith is another 2, Mirror Image is another 9, Shield is another 5. There's lots of sources of AC. But you quickly hit a point where it doesn't help you. AC alone is not a good defensive measure. AC plus crit protection, plus high total HP, plus resistances, imposing disadvantage on enemies, all that in combination is pretty great. You get Roland's Mage Armor. It's a spell he has in Act 3 that he will cast on you if you are an ally to him. And he gets some combat near you.
Fucking hell, the city's changed. Hey!
Rumbo, you gonna... There he is. Remember, but you don't lose invis, you put down an item. You do.
You did it. Here.
You do.
Please take this. Yes. I think I'll pick up where Carrion left off. A city like this needs a medium.
Cloud kill's my answer. I know what we're gonna do on Orin now. I'm gonna cloud kill.
My dogs are barking. Can we rest?
Is weapon with open hand monk better total damage? Depends. Depends on what you're wearing, depends on what you're doing. Depends. Oh, it's not better Mountain King. I'm using Rhapsody. Rhapsody is +3 spell save DC, accuracy, and damage to, like, everything. Rhapsody's amazing.
The broadsheet's gone to pot ever
The
since
Strat's Jones
I
Hold
left.
person. What Roxafroxo said. Freedom of movement. I'm currently wearing the Ring of Free Action. You can buy this from Mirage and Moonrise Towers. This is the item I use most in all playthroughs, because, like, immunity to paralysis and a couple other related things is just so good. Triggered intentionally, is that always the first spell he casts in combat? It seems to be the first spell he casts if there's an ally in close proximity to him who does not have the effect already. So the way we do it is I drop Connor's corpse, I revive Connor with Bitter Divorce. This is the hostile version of Connor. So it starts a combat, Roland is my friend, Roland looks at me and sees that I don't have it, so he casts it on me. Then I kill Connor, pick up the corpse, and leave. I've been doing that at the start of every rest in Act 3. I need more protection from evil and good scrolls. Which means we will need to reset Roland's inventory. Unless the guy over here at the church has some, which he might. Yeah, he might.
Incoming.
I should have gotten this guy's attitude up. Hostile Connor seems so much more useful than friendly Connor. We were kind of talking about this earlier. It really depends on what you need.
Oh, of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
There's enough alternatives to Hostile Connor that if you wanted friendly Connor instead, you could justify it. Because they're pretty notable fights and mechanics and encounters that, however you want to phrase it, that friendly Connor can trivialize. And you don't really have an alternative to friendly Connor if you opt for hostile Connor. Like, for example, if you want a momentum stack the way I do for Iron Throne, you can use the basement of the Elfsong Tavern to stack momentum. You don't need Connor for that. If you want hostile things to start a combat somewhere, as Batshit Men pointed out earlier, you could potentially use Abyss Beckoners with weaker summons like Scratch and Shovel. And then just wait it out.
Afternoon.
I think you're grown addicted to doing Trials of Tav slow with the Artificer mod, reach level 12 a third time. Thinking of doing another one. Trials of Tav is something that, once patch 7, once the dust settles with patch 7, I think I'll finally give it a try. Alright, with 2 of these. I don't want to burn an actual short rest yet. We have 3 short rest potions. I want to hold some body back. What's my next target? Is it Sarabok? It might be Sarabok. Region travel and come back. Where Helldusk armor would armor persistence be better or worse one for your needs? Just curious, not backseating. So with Helldusk armor, it doesn't count against you for any monk features. Now, because I am wearing Helm of Baldurin and Shield of why is the name blanking? The initiative shield. I'm wearing those. I'm already losing some of my monk functionality. What is the name of this thing? Sentinel shield. Ooh. Helldusk armor is making me immune to burning, which is useful for if I start bleeding because I have unstable blood. If there's a stray fire somewhere, that'll ignite. I also get 3 damage reduction with this. Now, Armor of Persistence, I would get, I believe it's 2 damage reduction, but I would passively get Resistance and Blade Ward, which is very nice. However, if I'm using Elixirs of Universal Resistance, then I'm already getting the benefit of Blade Ward from that, so that makes it a little less desirable. Resistance helping with saving throws is nice, and it is likely that we go grab Armor Persistence for Orin. But for what I'm doing currently, Helldusk is more AC and a little more tank. I'm Unholy Assassin this round or no? There's no reason not to become an Unholy Assassin if you are talking like character power. You lose absolutely nothing, and you get access to one of the craziest vendors in the game. So, always, yes. And you can tell I did because I have ballist gear. Fire resistance stack with Carlet being a tiefling? No. No. Armor persistence is nice for a few things. I've come around to it. Honestly, the best thing about it is that it gives you resistance. If you ask me. Like, I care far more about it giving resistance than I care about anything else it does. Resist is potentially +4 to saving throws. That's pretty big. Used to be a anti-act 3 Damon gear you changed. Well, now that we can just have Spirit of Evening and Damon in the same run, no reason not to at least keep it on the table as an option. If we were comparing Spirit of Evening versus Damon gear, Damon is never winning. But now we don't have to choose. How do I feel about Armor of Agility +2 to saving throws? It doesn't have damage reduction. So I think it's just, like, it would be a good AC option, especially if I went all in on Dex, which I didn't do this run, but it doesn't have damage reduction, so meh. If you're after saving throws, though, just a flat +2 to saving throws in that slot, that is nice. Alright, let's go beat up Sarabok. Raiding the Grove outright prevents Damon Act 3. Yeah, you don't get Damon in Act 2. Which, honestly, that's the bigger deal, because then you don't get Flawed Helldust gloves. I guess if you care about Karlach's heart upgrades, you don't get the second one. The utility pylon update. Comcast is telling me they sent someone and the issues resolved. No, fully well, no one came. Took a look in case. These send pictures, I'll answer. So sorry about the confusion, man. We're on it. Yeah, they're just blatantly fucking lying. Yeah, that doesn't surprise me. Even before tiefling abductions to the Underdark strats. I guess we should test it. I don't think that would work. But, like... Then again, we ended up in that weird state with Lady Janeth's estate on this run, where the game was like, yeah, Oscar's dead. He's also alive. So, I don't know, if we can figure out how to trick the game that way and simultaneously believe that Dammit is dead and alive, he might still show up in Act 2. Despite the fact you raided the Grove. But my understanding is that it just moves all the tieflings to their raid positions when you start the raid. So it might just move him from the Underdark to the Grove. Schrodinger's Dammit, yeah. TBJ Quag used the ad-permitted term, Cumcast. Yeah. How do you abduct NPCs? Improvise melee weapon, and you can fast travel while holding them. So to get Sphere of Evening and Dammit in the same run, we just pick up Dammit and bring him to the Gauntlet of Shar before we kill Dame Aelin. Vex, yeah, Vex and Danis are weird, and they will just choose to die. Right, initiative. You have +5, +1, +3, +2, +3. Okay. Sono's own Dirge. Told them, hey, it's me, Dirge. Back, they didn't care they attacked. Yeah, because you didn't pay attention to their dialogue. They don't give a fuck if you're Dirge. If you were there for anything other than, I took a hand, let me in, they do not care. Hard mode, evacuate last light to gem platform and Faith Leaf trial. Put me in my place. Those guys are scary. They have put me in my place before, too. Those guys are scary. Yeah, you saved. Good job. This is nutty. This is kind of what I plan to play through around, just this level of bullying. Also forgot to change helmets for this. I could have had an extra flurry of blows that turn. Helmet of grit, but skill issue. Anyway. We're like Sarawak punch bag, got him! My theory is that the auto walkthrough, Faith leaves the intended solution to give up control, put Faith or character, make it there. They are directly changing it in patch 7. They've released that information so far, so... a bunch of haters. Should test Gift of Balance in Saravok. It's like DC 18, right? It's not hostile until it works, much like with Hold Person. All hail Karlag, Lord of Murder. You need to roll 14, you rolled a 50, Tavern Brawler moment. DC 15, thank you. So yeah, I had the wrong gear on for this too. Skill issue, but it did the job.
Hello.
And I didn't need that in his spot, that was in case. But I didn't need it. Didn't need the summons either. That was a backup as well. My spell say DC. Let's see. On my stunning strike, it's 20. See what it was on Old Person. So he used Legendary Resistance and Indomitable, still failed. DC 19. Being game today? I don't know, maybe? I'm not really rushing. You changing your approach to Faith Trial? Well, I already don't do the click to the end thing because I never learned how to do it consistently. But I will probably just start skipping the room entirely in patch 7.
What is it?
A save throw made with disadvantage, Resonance Stone. It's a Wisdom save. Resonance Stone gives disadvantage on Wisdom, Charisma, and Intelligence saves. Happens in patch 7. They're making it so, the click to the end strat for, Faith Leap Trial, will no longer work. And I do not trust that that will be the only change they make to that room. The inconsistency of that room is such that I hate being in there at all. In fact, Grady just lost a run to it recently. Doing a strat that sometimes works and it sometimes doesn't. So, I don't like that room, so I'm going to be routing it out. You don't need to do it. There's a bunch of ways to get around having to do the room at all. So, we're just never going to step foot in there after patch 7. At least I'm not. I need more Terrazul now. Sorry, what's happening? You know the click to the end thing you can do in the Faith Leap trial, Mark? You know, where your character just walks if you click in the correct spot. They're removing that in patch 7. And because I don't trust that room to begin with, even though I don't do that strat, I don't trust it not to affect what I usually do. So I'm just gonna not go in there at all anymore. That thing that everyone tries to tell me to do that I never did, cool. Yeah. Everyone's got their own solution to that room. But I'm overcorrecting and being cautious. Keep solving the way I always have. Yeah. The patch it won't. You take 2 to 3 dots, 1 jump. Up for the most, I guess. I'm just gonna continue to not get all the gems. You can either skip using the elevator gem and then use the other 3 and the thing down there, or you can use 1 to use the elevator and then knock the door, or you can skip the elevator and knock the door and do 0 of the trials. We still do self-same because that's XP and Killer Sweetheart and Dirge Inspo. We still do soft step because that's XP. But you don't have to do Faith Leap. Elevator glitch is still around. That seems to be mostly hardware dependent or in multiplayer connection dependent. I have only seen that happen with my own eyes. It happened to say on the Merkel elevator, but it wasn't the lethal kind. I have never once had the elevator thing happen to me. Usually just use fly. I usually use fly inside the room, lumpy, but I don't trust that to remain as an option. Lack of trust is how you keep runs alive. Probably no map by heart in a few runs. Yeah, that's the intended way of doing it. There's literally a map for the room on the floor of the room. If you just use tactical cam, zoom out, you can see it. But I don't like doing that either. Use shovel to do what? What do you do with shovel when shovel gets to the end of the room? What then? Icar fist things? Fair enough. At elevator glitch, never played co-op? Ah, there you go. See? Fear. How you doing, Silvax, myself? Same thing as me, make shovel go first and walk behind them. I don't trust that strat, personally. But maybe worth exploring. I don't know, throw the orb. I don't see throw on Shovel's bar. Good, glad to hear. So what's next? I wish I had more invis pots. I need more cloud kill scrolls, I think, before I'm willing to do Orin. My plan for Orin is to get a surprise round, then cloud kill a lot. Like a lot. Once I get the fight down to just Orin, I can hide in the cloud kill. Because I'm a monk, I'm immune to poison damage if I go pure class monk level 10. So we might be willing to commit a respect for that. Maybe. The most toxic monk thing. What do you think and say? Hammercraft billion jumps. I mean, I could. I don't think I even actually went and got Hammercraft. I think I forgot it. So no, I can't. But also, bleh. Kethric's immortal, just carry him down there with your kidnapping technique and throw him ahead repeatedly find the way. Can't move Kethric, but it'd be funny if he could. It'd be funny if you could. So who have we killed today? Today we've killed Answer, we've killed Mysticarian, we've killed Saravok. Yesterday was Ethel and Cazador. What do we have? And Leroic was yesterday as well. We have Iron Throne, Steel Watch Foundry, Gortash. That literally it. Orin. Why not let Shard do her final test? I have no idea what you mean by that. I guess we have House of Grief too. How'd you manage Answer? Really just beat him to death? Yeah, punched him a lot. Oh, we have House of Hope too. We have House of Hope. We could do House of Hope right now, actually. I want more invis for that though.
He wants to teach them refugees a lesson, right?
Yeah, let's get some mats, then we can do that. Answer's not a difficult fight, Regiment. People who were here can tell you how checked out I was during that fight. Answer isn't difficult. He's just a wall of big number. If you have counters to the specific stuff there, and if you have enough movement speed to just stand behind a brick wall, Answer is nothing. In fact, Answer is my least favorite fight in the game, because it's just kind of scuffed and incredibly boring. And it's a dragon. It shouldn't be boring, but compare it to the other Act 3 bosses and it loses, and the Act 3 bosses lose to the design of Act 2 bosses. So, like, it's several notches. I don't care for the fight. And it's not a challenge. I agree it's the most boring boss fight, even normally just a potion check. Yeah, and this is coming from... I think it's a boring fight. And I'm the guy who did 148 or 149 round of drinking healing potions until Merkel died. And that was more interesting than Answer. Is something wrong then? What in the fight is giving you trouble?
I seem to have forgotten myself there.
Oh, that's House of Grief dialogue.
That...
I was like, what?
Defender of the people.
I was impressed by Grady's high dex plus evasion approach. Yeah, evasion trivializes the fight. Like, as long as he doesn't bite you, he can no longer damage you. Because his breath weapon, that's a dex save. So, like, you just kind of vibe. Never lost the fight, certainly not dealing substantial damage to him. I've done without forming party. You don't need to. He's got 4 damage reduction, so like anything that isn't already big number is not going to chunk him for very much. And he's got a ton of raw HP.
Anyway, we take your pick.
But you don't need to do a lot of damage at once. Like I got half of his HP down in one turn on this run. On my sorcerer playthrough, I did kill him during the surprise round. But you don't need to handle the fight that way. Because if you eliminate the threat of all of his attacks, what can he do? The evasion class feature that monks and rogues get access to makes it so when you succeed a dex save, you take no damage instead of half. And if you fail a dex save, you take half instead of full. So if you have lightning resistance and evasion, even if you fail every single saving throw, you are taking 1/4 damage from Answer's AoEs. And that's before damage reduction. So if you then are wearing Helldusk armor, you're shaving off another 3 at the end of that. You can easily make it so he's not doing any damage to you at all. Even without evasion, there's other ways you can do that. Having really good dex saves helps you consistently take half, and if you have resistance there, you're still taking 1/4. You can just have a lot of raw HP, Amulet of Greater Health, plus Aid if you have that available, which there are a bunch of ways of getting that. You could just be a wall of meat. Get wet after the first storm, though, so that changes your resistance. Yes, after the first storm, you are, at best, neutral. But even then, as long as you're succeeding your saves, and as long as you have a good raw HP value, it can't kill you. That AoE can only really kill you if you have both very low HP, and you are not getting some sort of way of removing the lightning vulnerability. It's not as much about having resistance as not having vulnerability in the later stages of the fight. And then if you're worried about the big AoE, like the one where he gathers power, well, at each entrance of the room, there's a safe spot, and you can also use the crystals for cover. Those also give you temporary resistance if they pop near you. And you can create your own cover. Like, it's pretty intuitive, this part of the fight. Wall of Stone works. You can even use, if there's a living thing with a big enough hitbox, you can even use another thing as cover. That one's way more finicky, but you can't. You could make a summon meat shield. It is actually line of sight based. But like it's not hard to counter everything Answer does. And at the end of the day, with Answer's melee attacks, he won't really move his position more than once a turn. So like he might fly to you and then try, but he won't fly to you twice and then try. And also, he's an undead. You can Protection from Evil and Good, which is a first level spell scroll, imposes disadvantage, and you're in Act 3. You can easily have something in the high 20s AC-wise with crit immunity. The helmet that gives you 1 AC and crit immunity is literally in the room there. You can just grab it before the fight. And you can make it so he can't hit you. So if he can't hit you with his melee attacks, he can't damage you with his breath weapon, and you have enough mobility and good positioning to avoid the room-wide AoE, all that's left is dealing with the water myrmidons, and there's only 2 of them. And they will get hit by Answer's AoE as well if you position well. So, like, it's just a joke of a fight. It's just patience. That's all. Imagine patch 7 puts the sword on the altar. That would be so based. Swap the sword and the helmet, and then we're cooking. The fight still sucks, but at least it would be rewarding. Because the sword sucks. See, I sold it to Dareth. Surprise Answer waits on approach. Well, that one's still not really a big deal either, because you can still leave the room. If they made it so you couldn't leave the room, then we'd be cooking. But as it stands now, and it honestly wouldn't surprise me if they changed that, because you used to be able to get surprise rounds on Raphael and the Brain, but they changed the mechanics so that that's no longer possible by putting you in the fight whether or not you're detected. And by forcibly breaking your invisibility on hitting a cutscene trigger. spot answer? Yeah, beginning of the stream.
Anyway, we can knock a little off. Take your pick.
Any incentive to get me to fight answer than Will's in my party would be welcome and annoy me deeply. It helps you get Karlach's better ending, I guess, but that's contingent on the Will thing, so. Aldern's Home is my backup strat against answer, just fly around, heal 2 HP per turn. Yep.
Anyway, take your pick.
Biggest takeaway is I'm drastically underutilizing buffs. It's just preparing appropriately for the situation. There's other things I didn't even mention that are great there that I don't see people using too often. The Shield Master feat is incredible. The Shield Master feat is great. Buggy, so maybe that's part of the downplay, but when it works, it also trivializes answer. And there's something that I kind of stumbled into today that I have to test, but there was one turn where Answer could have taken his reaction and he didn't. And I need to figure out why he chose not to. Might be related to blindness. Could be another instance of darkness being fucked up. Probably is. Will does not have what I need.
Attention!
Need someone else's levels. Gold bar for the expertise and enhance ability, yes.
This vessel.
Where Gale used to cook potions.
Well, we've even... Anyway, take your pick.
Just want invis pots at this point. I'll take Cloud Giant too, I guess. Nope, doesn't hurt. And of course, Hastening's Force. There's some way to get expertise and double the bonus. Expertise is double the bonus. Raphael fire attacks ignore immunity, so wave on the road won't work, right? Correct. But Raphael's fire attacks
We can knock a
are
little off the top if you've a mind. Take your
almost
pick.
all of them are dex saves. So everything we were talking about with reducing the potency of answers attacks, you can apply those principles there. Evasion, Shield Master, having high dexterity. That all helps. Now, you definitely don't want fire vulnerability. But ignoring resistance does not inherently mean vulnerability. Though if you have vulnerability, it will acknowledge that. So, that's why the Americans can be problematic if they hate you. Oh, Hastening Spores, let's go. Go take a nap, that's the log. Have a good one, Say. Thanks for being here. Appreciate you.
Anyway, take your pick.
Figure out what I'm doing for food. I don't need more vigilance. I have 19. I don't need more speed pods. I have 36. I just reflexively buy them. I don't need more. Should stop. What I'm here for is Invis. And Dareth knows that, which is why she's not stocking that.
Anyway, take your pick.
I'm just taking levels that don't require me to make any menu choices on this guy. There's no rhyme or reason.
Anyway,
it's just here to replace me having to partial rest to do this. Simply a time save for content. Did it again. I bought more speed pod mats. Reflex. I suppose it's a habit I don't want to break. For
anyway,
other runs.
Take your pick.
For those as well. Maybe about tomorrow. Okay. Where I found this stuff. Yeah, let me know. Let me know.
Anyway, take your pick.
Hey, there's this. This is also kind of making me want to do that class roulette run.
Take your pick.
Roll a d12 whenever I level up. That decides what class I take a level in. I also had an idea for a run where I have to take short turns. Like I have something like a 10-second timer for a turn. Where I cannot stop and deliberate. I need to just take action. Thought maybe that could be good for content. Is there a mod for that? Maybe? I've never looked. Not really looked at much at BG3 mods. They somehow modded real time with Boston, would that interest me? Not really. Not really. This game is so not built for that. It would be very scuffed. Seconds will be too much. Go 6. The reason why I was thinking 10 is because, like, movement sometimes take 6 seconds. Like, if I'm flying across an arena, or let's say I'm doing Step of the Wind jumping.
Take your pick.
Like, animations themselves could take up that whole time. I suppose that adds a layer to the challenge, but not a layer that I like.
Anyway, we can take your pick.
On Dareth. Stingy as fuck. 4 invis pots. Is that enough? I could come back after House of Hope.
A hero at heart. Where am I needed?
Get enough to make haste spore grenades. No, I need more haste spore grenades. So dismiss Curse. I was gonna say let's pull an Astarion and use levels. I forgore what I did.
This vessel is at thou. This vessel.
I don't think cats understand that other creatures besides cats exist. I do think that cats see other creatures as a weird subcategory of cat, but I vibe with that for now. Yeah, I agree with that. That sounds accurate, Sora.
Anyway, take your pick.
Yeah, we want invis pots, we want hastening spores. Like BG3's turn-based, such a learning curve for me. This is my first isometric style tactician game, but I'm trying out the Pillars of Eternity games for Avowed, since they'll be same universe. Hey, Wales. Yeah, turn-based is not
take your pick.
A sphere of gaming that I am too well versed in. You know, the other BG games, as we've talked about at length, are real-time with pause. Dragon Age, real-time with pause. So this is kind of mostly new for me too. It's not an RTS, it's not that kind of like thing, though that's not turn-based either, is it? Yeah, like I haven't really done turn-based before this game. So I'm in the category of people who... This is like a first outing for turn-based. I think Astarion is better for Monk because the 1d10 Necro after Ascension. Karlach is the 1d4 throughout 1-2. Well, Karlach is 2d4 the whole game. Astarion is 1d10 in the late game. But they each also have other benefits. Like, Karlach has fire resistance the whole game. Karlach has advantage on intimidation performance the whole game. Karlach, you know, they both have dark vision. Astarion can choose a cantrip of his choice, and gets +1 on dice rolls the whole game. So they're very comparable. You'd be seeing bigger damage ceiling from Astarion in Act 3, but barely. Barely.
Anyway, take your pick.
Through all that money already, holy shit. I don't really want to use autos, man. But selling it would just not be wise. I could sell Veil in the morning. There we go.
Anyway, take your pick.
Mondareth. I need Invis. I need Hastening Spores. Wouldn't be a Quag stream if we didn't get stuck trying to get Hastening Spores, would it?
Anyway, take your pick.
Ugh. Alright, at use one more person's levels. If I don't get what I want in that time, we'll just do without. Which is a shame, because I want to bully shit harder, but...
This vessel, that...
But remember it or not, I felt wrong. Anyway, I think that little hideaway helped shape who I am. All the time I spent training, hidden away from the world. The city is close now.
Is it?
Colonies
Sure.
of Lady Shah will be watching.
Are they? Sure.
Anyway, take your pick.
Starting to get annoyed.
Anyway, take your pick.
Pacing sword Quag.
Blade at the ready.
That's enough. Fuck it, that'll have to do.
Hey, darling.
Dismiss them. Oh yeah, I do have summons out right now.
You know, we had the beginnings of something special once. But it was not meant to be, I suppose. For the best, perhaps.
Oh, I guess we're not
I have
romancing
to,
now?
if you're sure.
When did that happen?
All right.
Okay. I guess I forgot to talk to her, during the Act 2 interlude. Sheesh, what'd you do? Nothing.
Are you sure?
Who are you again? Yeah, I hate to see it. Yep, you just don't talk for a little bit and then suddenly... Try talking to her again. I'll do it in a bit. I want to actually do some fights now. Okay, so we've already dealt with Harlep. Going to House of Hope will legit just be like... Get contract, free hope. That'll be that. Do I want to go get Nyrolna before that? I probably want to go get Nyrolna. Yeah, let's go get Nyrolna. She heard you saw her parents just left them there. Keep for gore. So with all the loves you saw Connor? Yeah, I've moved on to Connor. I got Hope's monk gloves. I mean, sure, but I'm not gonna use them. Those gloves are worse than the Helldust gloves and the Crater Flesh gloves. I don't really care about them.
Oh, yeah.
They're there. If Hope lives, cool. If she doesn't, oh well. Do I want any of the copies stuff? Acid Carafe? No, I'm not doing Punch Drunk Bastard.
A little off the top.
Spin! You thief!
Where am I?
Why is it duelist prerogative and talks for best weapons in the game? Who says it isn't?
Light as air.
Ever hear about it? Because people don't usually get the item. Duelist Prerogative is a great item. It's just, unlike a lot of others, it's specific in how you need to use it, whereas something like Rhapsody is good on any setup. Literally any setup benefits from Rhapsody. Also, there's a lot of people that don't fight Ethel in Act 3. You don't necessarily need to fight Ethel, but the process to get Duelist Prerogative without fighting Ethel is a little indirect, let's call it. Have to say Marina? You do not have to say Marina.
I've got this.
Marina actually has no impact on anything except if you want friendly Connor. It is the only thing Marina affects in the entire game. All other rewards are not actually tied to her. The other Hag survivors will give out the counterspell staff, the Face Semblance Amulet, a recipe for the Hag's Bane, all that stuff. Duelist Prerogative is entirely dependent on Laura, not Marina. My characters in Pathfinder has like 3 to 4 rapier-centered feats just because I wanted to give the weapons some love. Nice. Reaction seems really fun to build around. It is. I think it's a really cool feature.
Yeah?
Incredibly underrated weapon, Unseen Menace. Yes, that one is so underappreciated. You're very right.
Get your shinies and Tritos!
Dribbles.
King, can we rest?
You're being arrested for theft.
No,
if you
I'm
have a
not.
defense, make it now. You're free to go.
Just give me the fucking potion.
Shadows don't suit me.
Thank you. Never understood the reason for that weapon to be invisible. Did you read the effect? I find that if you want to understand what an item does, reading what an item does helps. Not always, because we can't, at the end of the day, we can't trust descriptions. Stop disarming, isn't it? So, again, if you want to understand an item, it helps to read the item's effect. While Unseen Menace is invisible, you have advantage on attack rolls and -1 crit. If you miss an attack, it becomes visible for a bit. And then because you missed, it's not an unseen menace anymore. It's just a weapon. So it loses its property until the magic kicks in and makes it invisible again. It's a flavorful thing, and it tells you all of this when you read it. Read descriptions. Those are fine. Why add the invisibility thing? That is the invisibility thing. That is what the effect is. I don't understand what you're getting at. The flavor reason for why you get those effects is because the weapon is invisible. That's the flavor. You know how you get advantage when you're invisible? The weapon's invisible, so you get advantage. I don't understand the confusion. I gotta ration those. Very seen annoyance. Want to be stealthy for it to give advantage? Yeah. That's what it gives advantage means. If a weapon tells you the parameters under which it will give advantage, and none of that involves you sneaking, then you don't need to sneak to get advantage, and that's why it's good.
And the courage to resist.
Excuse.
Are you have to be invisible? You didn't
You've
read the
come
item, then.
far, I perceive. I am Vicar Humbletoes. Of course, my child. Within limits. Behold my wares.
As always, massive disclaimer on item descriptions. They're sometimes leaving details out. They're sometimes incorrect, but like, every aspect of the item that we've been talking about is clearly laid out if you use the inspect feature. Inspect. 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 Wood. Based astronomer. I kind of get it. I kind of get it. I'd lost Bear's endurance. I'd only taken 4 damage since popping onto Yethel's charm.
Come on, let's go.
Bear witness. Well, so I normally like having Viconia's shield for here. We're just doing things in a different order. I don't have Marco Heshker either. We're getting kind of saucy with how we're handling things here. Kind of wanted to keep the boudoir available for the whole,
To the archive.
Dortash arc of things, but I have enough long rest spots that I'm not worried. Game soundtrack today? Yeah, we're fighting Raphael soon. Provided things go well. Save, that's a good idea.
Raphael has reserved this
A magical field surrounds the item.
currently holds the contract of a rather unique soul.
piece of humble.
You just rang, Raphael. You claim the moment you step outside the...
Fuck you, man.
Well, well. Look what we have here. That's curious.
I haven't decided if I want to wear Amulet of Greater Health for that fight or not. We'll see.
I've got good news. Come to my prison, bring the hammer.
I really thought throwing hands at someone crazy enough to steal from his boss was a good idea, right?
Get down.
Fighting successful. Who am I rolling checks against? There's a door here. We're back to an earlier convo about growing. I've been pretty happy to see you averaging over 100 viewers consistently now, by the way. That's solid work. Thank you, Mustard. I never have any idea how many people are watching, and I usually try to keep it that way, but it's nice to know people are enjoying my corner of the internet.
You can't see me.
House of Hope should have 666 viewers. They're really annoying. I can't sneak attack from the bar here. There we go.
Tactical.
Not Hope taking damage from that. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Should switch to bone spike gloves. This thing. They're very annoying. Arrows of Elemental Slaying are pretty nice, if you have them. But I wouldn't grab Bone Spike Gloves exactly for enemies like these and Steel Watchers. Allows me to ignore their resistance. Makes it a bit less annoying to deal with them. If I have Elemental Slaying arrows. I'm supposed to, but I probably forgot. Yeah, I sure did. You saw me.
Like a vandal. Did you get distracted?
Oh, can you stop messing up my hiding, please?
By the teeth. Let's turn down the fire. Rat feet.
Big Angry Tiefling versus Fiery Mad Meatball. I think that pay-per-view would sell. Do you think they have pay-per-view in Faerun? I feel like they have to. There's no way they don't.
Just across the hall, if you don't mind.
Guy Fieri meatball.
Uh-huh. Need to learn the hard way.
Oh, like pay-per-view? Got him.
For me?
Well done. No notes, Lumpy. They've got underwear that turns you to hot girl. I'm sure they have worldwide Faerun.
Invisible me. I guess, I hope I'm right. My prison is just down the way.
I guess the sphere doesn't have eyes. Guess that makes sense. Just chilling over there now? Okay.
Got it. Quiet as silence. Boom. Here I go. Hop, hop.
Breaking it with bonus action hide.
Can't see me.
Which I could do as a Shadow Monk too. One mob mostly get Bone Spike for it? Yeah. Bone Spike pulling its weight here. Alright, I can unequip that now. Go back to Helldusk. Bringing Resident Stone into the Raft fight is certainly a choice that I am making. I don't know if it's a choice that I love, but we're doing it.
Got it. I've got this. Long and low. Don't mind if I do. Shadows don't suit me. On my way. Almost there. I'm so excited I could scream. They won't spot me now.
Damage you take there? Wow. A lot.
You can't see me.
Alright, coffee's going through me. Bathroom again, real quick, then we'll save hope and probably get to the fight. BRB. Okay, it me. We back. Hello. I went through some shorts on too because it's hot. And my little leggies were uncomfortable. Yeah, I guess let's do this first.
Not used to lying low. Foxy. Let's turn down the fire.
I have a shatter scroll by any chance? That would go hard here. I do.
Easy does it?
Oh, I still have my extra attack. It's weird. Ah, I get it. Yeah, the way this game calculates time is actually really fucked up. Doesn't make a huge amount of sense. What is my stealth? Oh, I have expertise and rapture. Yeah, that'll do it. I could be doing greater invis stuff here, actually. Greater invis on Raphael with this level of stealth would be pretty funny. If I have a scroll. I don't. Missed opportunity. Oh well. Wish doors worked. Go back to the boudoir, get my action surge back. Then we'll go save Hope. I will want to switch to Eldusk Boots there, so I can't be pushed if I should catch a stray Eldritch Blast. I would hate to lose a run that way. So I'll have a little less damage for that room, but it'll be fine. Ring of Reaction to avoid paralysis from the Spectator, as per usual. I think I might go with Ring of Protection here. Having 30 AC and crit immunity seems like a good play. Anyone else always accidentally click on that hookah instead of the fountain? Yes? Okay.
Okay.
Thank you for validating me. I actually needed that. Hey, you.
It's time to buy this. Time for a soft touch. Stealth mode activated.
The buff bar dead zone just got me. That crit miss you. Yeah, there goes a theory I had on how those arrows work. Well, the theory could still work, but it makes less sense now.
Born for this.
Yeah, can you even hit me? Plus 9. Nope. 30 AC, they can't hit me. Shout out to the homie Roland. Actually.
Don't hold back. Tell me. We both know that.
There's an attack option in dialogue there, by the way. I just noticed that. There's so many spots where it's like, surely they wouldn't let you. No, they let you. Saying that Hope doesn't have aid, right? Really wish she did.
To a ball.
Don't be shy. Let's ride.
Us should work well here to divert aggro. 'Cause I'm gonna keep Us's AC low enough that a lot of Scorching Rays should go its way. I guess maybe I should... Do I have summon scrolls for, like, other things? Could get a skeleton, I guess. There's a corpse somewhere I can use for that. I use this imp. Ha! Impero Mortis. Get it? Get it? Because I made it from an imp. Okay, so trying to think how I want to handle this. I don't need Helldust boots. Reverb boots are probably the play here. Initiative-wise, Yurgir and Raphael can both outdo me. Raphael can roll low, as can Yurgir. We want Yurgir on my side, if at all possible, but if it doesn't look like that's the way the wind's blowing, I'm not gonna stress it. I'd have Clown Face. So, it only recently occurred to me, you could use Clown Face Paint to turn off the downside of the Clown Hammer. So you're immune to hideous laughter while your face is painted. Mostly useless. Doesn't bless either. I hope that's blessed.
What's the story?
And I missed that. In your defense, there's a lot of stuff on her bar. I could, instead of Ring of Protection, I could go Shadow Cloak Ring. Could be super duper cheeky and go for Helmet of Grit, Amulet of Greater Health strats. I don't really want to do that though. Deciding if I want to keep Khalid's gift on. Yeah. I will choose Trust my saving throws. I remembered Elven Elegance for this. That's an error. Sure, why not? Fuck it. We do have haste spore grenades. Maybe I should put one in Hope's pocket.
Like a vandal.
I could also put Nyrolna in Hope's pocket, and then she could throw Nyrolna, and then it would equip to me. I don't think that's useful, but that is how that works.
Where to?
Carlex just level 12 barb, level 11. I think she got a passive, gives 10 HP, equals 2 times barb level. Interesting is 10 HP gets lowered, bloodless elixir heals that 10 HP. Ah, that is interesting, CTV. Symbiotic Entity is kind of like that, where that temp HP can kind of merge with other sources. I'm gonna cop the mace. Depends on if I need Hope to use her other divine intervention stuff in the fight, Astronomer. Even if I got the mace, I wouldn't really have a use for it. I'm not stressing about it.
Huh.
everything she needs to know about Raphael. He's almost home now, closer than a kiss. His favorite color is blood. And he probably knows it.
What's cooking? What next?
Yeah, kind of the recast panel. This is from Rhapsody. Yeah, aside from just being an incredible stat stick, Rhapsody also lets you do a bunch of other stuff. One of those things being lets you force a crit. If you consume your stacks with a bonus action, once per long rest, you could force a crit. Rhapsody's insane. Isn't 30 AC a bit excessive? I wouldn't say excessive. In some situations, necessary.
Don't burn yourself.
We'll get more.
If you insist.
Time.
I will not.
Their
What?
skulls will make
We're on the winning side.
trophy.
We're very persuasive.
How? It's if you have any last words. No? Nah.
Hope isn't in combat. Get her in combat that way. I was wondering if that would work out that way, and it did. Yurgir didn't even kill Corilla. Kind of impressed. And Raphael rolled like dog shit on initiative, so that works out.
Hell has its laws. Hell. Effect and the cause. Curtain falls, but hold your applause. Squirm. For now down here come the claws. Fools, how hard you have fought. Brave, but it's all been for naught. True souls that could be bought, doomed, detected, and caught.
First.
No more deals, it's over. The final act, you're doomed. No more grace, it's over. This house of hope.
Okay. I could have killed him if I had done things in a different order. It's a skill issue. Solid turn. Appreciate that. That's why I put the Skelly there. I'd have paid the price, because Auntie Ethel fingered my eye hole.
Exitiale Aurora.
Good job, us. Can you even hit me? Well, 7. Yeah, you can't hit me. Camions can't hit me. Way to raise volume without adjusting every other sound down. You let me know if you find out. I would love to do that too. I'm gonna do this. Maximum bullying. Oh no, I'm making Hope do drugs too. Already as high as they go. Sound-wise? No. Okay, create your gear. Pop it. Your gear, you slut! What the fuck is this? Man hit us for 51 damage? Why are you... Banshee's games just burned to ash. They're just gone. They're just kicked out of the house. I could say a good fight, but Or not crit miss. It's a double ones.
Figure it out!
Scared the shit out of me. Nice one, Sora. Don't bully poor Charizard like that, though. Alright, fine. You get out. And that's the fight.
Pinch yourself and check we're not dreaming the last of them. It is not right that she died. And that makes me want to weep an ocean.
There's an attack option down there. I don't think there's any way to save her.
For the first time since you heard her voice.
You were all the luck. And I...
Well, terrifying at all? Yeah, it got me too. So yeah, Gloves of Soul Catching get propped up a lot as like a really good monk option, and 1d10 force damage on each punch is not bad, by any means. That is not bad. 2 Constitution can be good if you're not using Amulet of Greater Health, so it does make me meaningfully tankier, and there are situations where I will consider using it. But the thing with Helldusk gloves is I get the spell save DC, I get the accuracy, I get the bleed. And that's all real nice stuff. So I probably still just run Helldusk gloves for a while. Maybe when I fight Steel Watchers I switch because I can't make them bleed. But then again, I plan on using Bone Spike gloves there anyway.
Out of here. Need a word.
You fought well.
I'd read about how fine
You
Mazora
could
is.
use such strength in the Blood War. Ever tempted to rejoin the ranks, soldier?
But don't make me shatter what little respect people might have for me here. I'd rather spend what time I have left saving my own world.
I can respect that, but down here in the Hells, Karlak, I think you would burn bright forever. Whoever your enemies are.
Alright, fine, Astronomer. I get it. I get it.
I'll
I
gladly
get
lend
it.
you my skills against them when the time comes.
We stand a supportive king.
Until then, keep your flame bright and make ash of those who oppose you.
I get it. What is this makeup? This cloud makeup. So, Larian being the peak game developers that they are, they give you buffs for sucking toes, for bottoming for vampire twinks, and for putting on clown makeup, among many other demeaning things. But yeah, they get it. They understand me. They understand me. I didn't even use Luck of the Far Realms, did I? Nope. You get for bottoming Vampire Twinks, you get the vampire abilities that he has, and you know, before ascending. So the bite and all the perks that comes with. Me specifically, I feel like it's a bad time to have joined. Hi, Felicia. Furnaces and hells, I mean, they have really scratchy toilet paper and no bidets. I feel like maybe they have, like, I don't know.
Welcome back, Devil Slayer.
I don't know.
What can I do for you?
Now you got me overthinking that. They probably have that kind of stuff. But I don't know. This is expensive. Called you what? A Devil Slayer. What do you think she said? Forgot Abdurak and his kings. I did. It's true. You are right. I don't need any more Fiend Arrows now. What did it sound like? Oh. I heard devil, but me brain no worky after this long being live, so nuance go whoosh. Shows whitewash Karlak this run. Yeah, I'll show you whitewash Karlak. This one? Your favorite character, Sora, with the glowing eyes and the clown makeup? Oh, that's so much better. Started watching your solo no-level Warlock. When you did your original solo Warlock run, was your level distribution at the end? You pure Warlock? I was pure Warlock, yeah. Trying to be like a fan of your gear or something. First I'm hearing of it, Mark. First I'm hearing. Oh, you know, I left some consumables in Hope's inventory. Fuck. Now I'm back to needing haste spore grenades again. That was fast. Hey, Vitamin M's, how you doing? Holy buffs. I over-prepare for things sometimes. What is it with you and having no hastening spores? The game hates me, Trade. Like, I even killed the Myconids and got a bunch from there. I just don't have any now. I don't know. You and me both. I hope you're well. Yeah, we get buffs sometimes. Let's check Style and Horse, I suppose. No idea what I'm doing about Orin. How much Terrazul do I have? One. Do you sell drugs? Sell me drugs.
Ah, forget it. Have a look.
No, I gotta go to the guild and buy drugs. I do feel bad making Hope use Terrazul. That was a little fucked up. Like, the Terrazul rabbit hole goes a little too deep. Because, like, if we start using it, what's stopping us from having every single summon use it? And every single follower? No buff run. Oh, Magnets every time because of the bug. Did it happen to you again? What bug? Yeah, sometimes, the Myconids will just aggro to you. It's something to do with some sort of script the game is running in connection to, Sovereign Glut, if you've, like, spoken to Glut. Sometimes they will just aggro. Like, you'll be standing in the Myconid colony, doing absolutely nothing, and then they'll just aggro.
Hello again, sir. Everything alchemical from potions to poison.
Never happened to me. It's happened to me once. It's happened to Trade twice. It's extremely frustrating. I'm glad it's not more common. Who needs some XP considering going back in there with some weed spray? It's good XP, it's very profitable, especially if you're after some hastening spores, which the game won't fucking give me. Yeah, it's a shame that the friendly mushroom people are so lucrative to get rid of. You're pressuring Hope to use drugs. Listen, I'm the hero. I'm the hero of Baldur's Gate. I don't know what you're talking about. It wasn't me. And if it was, well, it was justified. And you're wrong for wanting me to not do it. People hate the mushroom homies because I got the bug once and I've never forgiven them.
Anyway, take your pick.
I don't hate them. Dude, there you go, Sora. You got Vitamin M's being a normal person and not an XP degenerate like the rest of us. Be more like her, everybody. Don't be like me. I'm holding a grudge for what happened one playthrough that I arguably deserved. XP degenerate for sure. Okay, never mind. We're all irredeemable. How am I doing in Universal Res 4? Yeah, that's probably enough. And I don't hate the mic. So it's just sort of an impersonal XP extraction.
What is it?
Shadow Monk using 3 key for darkness and dying inside anyways. That's the big thing with Shadow Monk that makes it hard to run. Like, you want to click the things that you get from Way of Shadow that cost key points, but in actuality you don't, because they are very expensive versions of things you can get from other sources. Like, if you want darkness, just use a scroll. That lets you keep your key points for anything else you want to use them for. And that helps, because unlike Open Hand and 4 Elements, Way of Shadow doesn't have a give me key points back now button that they could use. They have to use short rest potions, long rest potions, or short rest or long rest. Shadow Step though, Shadow Step's great. Is your Eternity Hell Torture scenario just you having to walk by all the NPCs without being able to initiate combat, just to watch them live their lives?
What are you having?
You know me too well. I feel attacked. Wish the Myconids gave you infinite support nades. That would be great. Busted, but great.
That's the last of Raphael. I'll be glad to no longer have to suffer his smug face.
This is where a no consumable item run would be interesting. The class abilities would be more important, maybe. Yeah.
What are you having?
It would come down to how much I'm allowed to rest at that point. Scrolls, consumables? Yes. Scrolls, potions,
What are you having?
the drugs that I'm here buying. You eat the scrolls? No, you actually, you gotta boof the scrolls for maximum effect. So when you use a magic missile scroll, you gotta roll it up real tight, and then you just, the missiles come out of your mouth.
What are you having?
Vendor resetting for Terrazul? Yes, sir. What? I was getting enough Terrazul so that me and my summons could all do it. What of it? This is a bullying playthrough.
Anyway, take your pick.
I'm allowing myself to do things that would normally disgust me on this playthrough. That's my copium and I'm sticking to it. Drugs with summons? I had Hope do some drugs during the fight with Raphael, so yeah. Yeah, you can.
Anyway, take your pick.
Never has the alert feature but you. That's just rude. I'd enjoy your BG3T. I will. Thank you very much. Thank you for being supportive and allowing me to have fun, Mr. Trade. If that is your real name. Once when I was in high school, a friend was passing a message discussing his boyfriend. He's a very conservative family. The teacher intercepted it, and I up and ate it. Based. That is like the best possible friend move in that situation. Well done.
Take your pick.
That is awesome. That's Mr. Secret to you. Oh, yeah, sorry. Teacher wasn't even mad, she just had a loss. How would you respond to that kind of situation? I'd be like, that must have been very important. Okay. I'll pass the notes. Anyway, back to it.
Shah's blessings upon you.
Yeah, at some point Shadowheart decided we're not romancing anymore. I don't know what happened. Okay. I've eaten every parking ticket I've ever received. Astronomer, your gear isn't a parking ticket.
Now,
He's
if only I could
he's a
get
person.
rid of the other devil in my life. That
The pride of the game.
What if I had more hastening spores? Wouldn't that be crazy? Could you imagine if we like add materials for things? Now we're at the point where I have to use Minthara's levels.
We are unstoppable. I feel like we could conquer the hells.
Okay.
Good.
I kind of hate that they're patching this. Where'd be the best place to do Terrazul in Baldur's Gate? Best place to do Terrazul in Baldur's Gate. I feel like maybe in front of the magic show by Sorcerer Sundries. I feel like that'd be stimulating.
Take your pick.
What do you guys think? Patching what? The invisible Minthara body. This. Was the clown show? Okay, that's pretty good too.
Anyway, take your pick.
The Minthara bug where you give her money to raise her attitude. It's happened to me every run where I've knocked her out.
Anyway, take your pick.
I'll just talk to her in camp after saving her, and then we'll get the low attitude dialogue. So then, yeah. She drank too much in this potion. Is that what happens? Makes sense.
Anyway, take your pick.
So, like, I swear Dareth knows what I want and just stocks everything but that. She's punishing me for my crimes. If you knock her out of the group defense, yes. That is always where I knock her out. But you don't wear green when you report the weather.
Anyway, take your pick.
Hey, there's an Endless pot. And Hastening Spores? Is it my birthday? I finally got punished. Never punished. Never punished. Until I get punished. Modern media, they're unrealistic body standards for women.
Anyway, take your pick.
I mean, it's unrealistic body standards for every gender identity in this game, I think. Like, look at what they do for Minthara, and then look at Gale with his 8 strength and his 8 pack. Shit ain't fair. One strength for each ab, apparently. Mod for Chubby Gale. You know, that's one of the most, like, I've heard mention of that mod a lot. And I think it's fun that that's one of the most common ones that I've heard of. Not a reason why Gale's so jacked, he's gonna spell the mask, he's a stick. I would. I get it. I like the irony of having Minthara learn Daylight. I don't know, while we were looking at the spell list. Just entertaining to me.
Anyway, take your pick.
Lusty Withers mod. Yeah, the Withers Big Naturals. Mm-hmm. Those are also popular. Big skeleton have boobs with mods.
Anyway, take your pick.
Is there a BBL Withers mod yet? Has anyone played the game early? You might remember there was an early patch where there was a bug where Withers' clothes wouldn't render in the post-credits scene. So you just got a shot from behind him with a little bit extra. This is why we need a BBL Withers mod. You still have that image in your head? There you go.
Anyway, take your pick.
Be a challenge where you can't do this to cheese the vendor. I mean, if I don't do this, then I just partial rest until I get what I want. What's the difference?
Well, anyway, take your pick.
This is just a time saver.
Defender of the people.
I need to use Halsin's levels now. No stealing, no buying, no selling.
On my way.
It's already been proven that that doesn't really affect the run too much. If you know what a vendor drops, you just kill them.
Karlach incoming.
Just limits your
You wish to
consumables a
consult
bit,
me?
but
A mistake. Wait.
meh. not a challenge
I
as much as
trust your
just
leadership
tedium.
and respect your decisions, but I truly hope this is not.
Yeah, sure, Allison. Down to you, get what you get from vendor and natural resting sequences only. That's not really a challenge as much as it is a restriction, but I don't think I'd have any problems operating within that restriction. The purpose of this run is me being as toxic as possible with a monk on honor mode.
Take your pick.
So like pretty much everything allowed. There's still some things I'm not willing to do. Like I stopped using the twisting branches because they're a little stupid and fucked up, and I hate them. But the purpose of this run is me being a bully. On future runs, there's a lot of stuff that I do here that I wouldn't. For reference. But vendor refreshing is something that I'm perfectly comfortable doing. Because RNG deciding what tools you have available to you is something I'm only willing to accept to a point. For example, with the level 1 elixir pool. Elixirs of Vigilance are a 1 in 15. Level 1. So anytime there's an elixir in Dareth's inventory, if I was level 1, 1 in 15. That's not skill, that's just like, this is what the game gave you. And you can influence it by clicking partial rest, which is completely for free, and re-roll the vendor's inventory. So like, why wouldn't you? It doesn't cost anything, except for your time. So I'm just expending my time to get resources for the fight. I'm still doing something. Wasting my time and my precious few remaining brain cells. I need the few ones I have left. They're working overtime.
Anyway, take your pick.
This twisting branch thing, only call it they're supposed to be OP, not Y. So, I have my inventory here. See this? See this? It says the 3d4 piercing. It's only saying piercing because the current weapon that's actually in my main hand is Rhapsody, which is piercing, but it's a bit telling. That 3d4 will be 3d4 bludgeoning on anything I do that is a melee attack roll while I have that club in my hand. The clubs are light, so I can have 2 of them. So 6d4 extra bludgeoning damage on every single punch, every single individual scorching ray if I have Daredevil gloves, for example, every single swing of my weapon. It's a lot. It got to the point where I wasn't interested in anything that was happening on my screen while I was using 2 of those, so I stopped using them. Dye the armor? No.
Anyway, take your pick.
We're just resetting for hastening scores now at this point. Counts you as a woodwode. So, it doesn't, but like, the woodwode is the only one who's supposed to have that weapon. Pick. It's definitely outside the bounds of like intended gameplay to get access to that weapon yourself, but you can. Like no mods needed, you can just get it through a bit of UI trickery. So yeah, it's just a description that doesn't account for the possibility of the player getting their hands on it.
Anyway, take your pick.
There, please. Just getting gold each reset. Yeah. I've sold her enough stuff that she's in like the rich category for vendors. So she just accrues a lot of money each reset.
Anyway, we take your pick.
Got a Dareth mass-produced noble stock. She's got a whole, like, alchemy lab underneath her shop if you ever go into her basement. There's a ton of mats down there, but she's got a whole setup.
Anyway, we take your pick.
A lot of people say Helldusk looks bad. I think it looks nice. Maybe color could be better. Helldusk armor design is nice. I think it looks cool. I think maybe it not dying super well is the thing that a lot maybe latch on to. But yeah, I think the design is
Anyway,
awesome.
take your pick.
Dying on this attach coat. I don't think I've ever actually tried to dye that.
Anyway, take your pick.
Goes full diaper on 99% of the dyes. That's unfortunate.
Anyway, take your pick.
Alright, come on. This is Halsin's last level. So now I would have to use Jaheira, but I can't be fucking bothered.
My chosen successor, Francesca,
Yeah, I don't
has
care.
proven to be
Go
wherever
away.
you.
Alright, there's one more thing I can do. I don't think I grabbed the haste stores from Mirage's building. I don't really like using dye on Cat's Grace armor. Yeah, the Cat's Grace and full strength clothes. Fun fact about that, there used to be a second item called the Graceful Cloth, sharing the name with the plus dex one that Araj sold that had a completely different effect than what it does now. They patched that one out. Well, I think the item is still in the files, but they patched out Araj being able to sell you it. Oh, thieves' tools.
Best victuals and cures in the lower city guaranteed.
I don't know how many I have,
What'll
actually.
it be?
Yeah, I definitely can. I can maybe buy some from Vola.
Any gazetteers around? Need to see if the new edition's out yet.
It's like Alice before you're talking about, I made him open my eyes. What cost? Hey, me disliking a character doesn't mean you have to. You can have original thoughts and opinions about characters. I personally see no reason to like the guy, and he has absolutely nothing redeemable in my eyes, but you don't have to have that view just because I do.
Feel like a rosé in a tea shop.
Okay. Araj got me what I needed.
Making me sweat.
Ah, Halsin is such a delight. Woe to the cultist who tangles with that thick hunk of an elf.
Bonk, Will.
Are you sure?
Bonk, sir. The timing could not have been better.
Where to? Keep the ignorant.
I wish Alfaro was the place of Halsin and Halsin was a darker sacrifice somehow. Made a far graver and dark cost being evil. Ah, that is narratively pretty interesting. Those are fish food comments, Will. Don't harsh his mellow. Don't yuck his yum. What was I prepping to fight? Where was I going next? We still have Iron Throne, Steel Watch, Gortash, I guess, Tryhard. She doesn't have her legendary action yet, though, so she's still gonna be a pushover. Am I missing anything else? Cursed Imp? What, without throwing? We kill for Ball's Benediction? Astarion. Actually, Baldur's Gate should be just removed from the map just because of Lady Janet's estate. I guess I was considering it being Orin time, huh? How am I dealing with her? Let's go to the Sorcerer Sundry's vaults. Twisted Branch and Warlock with Daredevil Gloves. Double tip charisma modifier to every beam plus bludgeoning damage. No, it's just an extra instance of damage that goes on existing damage. It's not gonna get your charisma modifier. It's not Eldritch Blast. I mean, maybe on below Tactician it does, but on Honor mode, no, that's not how it'll work. Do I want Marco? Like, Destructive Wave would be good. Do I use it over Rhapsody, though? I don't think I do. Yeah, no, I don't. Cloud Kill? Yeah, I'd have to respec. I'm kind of debating whether I'd try for the flex cam of just killing Orin through her unstoppable stack.
Books are worth reading.
I think I could.
Hello. That's curious.
Lost so many runs in Act 1, getting fatigued doing that whole region over and over, not much progress. Sometimes Act 1 be like that. The best thing you can do is, whatever's killing you, make sure that specific thing never kills you again. And then, once you solve each individual problem like that, there's nothing left that can kill you. For example, if you get killed by a stray crit, well, route in getting crit protection earlier in your run. If you get killed picking a dialogue option that starts a fight, don't ever pick that dialogue option again. If you get killed in a fight you could have skipped until later, start doing that fight later. You always have a better option. Always. Best thing I can do is take a break for a few days, play something else, and come back later. That's a good attitude. Video games are supposed to be for fun, and if you're not having fun, if it's seeming more like a task than something you enjoy, then yeah, taking a break is by far the best thing you could do. What is with that light? Why is it doing that? I don't like that. Grace is pointing you in the direction you should go. Duh. I see. Oh yeah, I never got the key to this.
Easy. This place is hungry for blood.
I don't care about the Hellfire Great Axe, so... I'm not even gonna bother going through that door.
What do we have here? Something valuable. I bet my whole...
Great item, but in this particular situation, I don't care about it.
What do we have here?
This script was mostly just for scrolls I can use. Money. I don't think I'm even gonna bother going to get staff this time. Don't need to go into the lamp either. I do not hold the lamp. Okay, and globes. Yeah, the spell I don't really like using at this point either. Just kind of like, Alright, so let's think through. Orin doesn't get the unstoppable stacks until she gets a turn, right? Or does she get 12 at the start of the combat? She gets 12 at the start of the combat. She heals at the start of her turn and gets more stacks back then. But she'll have 12 at the start of the combat. Okay. So I need to hit her 12 times before I can start doing damage. How many actions and attacks will I have access to? My action surge action. If I somehow kill something, I can have a bloodlust action if I have that on, which I don't think I will. I could have haste spores, I could have Terrazul. So let's call that 4 actions. I could have stillness of mind, or not stillness of mind, excuse me, wholeness of body. Plus my 2 bonus actions for three of those. If I want Helmet of Grit or Pyro Quickness Hat, I could have another one, but I don't think I'll be using those. Slurs count as 2. I'm not worried about that at the moment. It will shave off 2 unstoppable stacks, yes, but I'm getting there, thought-wise. So 4 actions, 3 bonus actions. Um, 2 of those actions will be 2 attacks. So if I... By Artistry of War, it shaves off 6. I could then use a Nair Miss or Magic Missile to shave off 5. Right? If I put on Psychic Spark, then that would be all 12. Magic Missile Scroll, that's only 3 missiles for an action. That's not terribly efficient for that. With Psychic Spark, it'd be 4, but I don't plan on doing that. So, if, for 2 of my actions, if I do Magic Missile spam and Artistry of War spam, I should be able to burn through Orin's unstoppable stacks quickly enough that I can then start punching her to death with my remaining attacks, which would be 3 flurries of blows, and then 4 more punches. That is without including me being able to shave off unstoppable stacks with summons. Okay, we're going for the flex cam Orin kill. That is in the realm of doable. Carabasan's makes her vulnerable bludgeoning. Yeah, I'd have to expend an action to apply that, but Carabasan's gift wouldn't do that. Try. Here's the thing with honor solos. We can try regarding it a thing where my action economy is very tight, and where if the thing in question does absolutely nothing if I fail, where I get nothing, that's not something we try. One attack action? Yeah, that is not worth it. If I am spending one of the things I have very little of to do damage to her, I don't know if we'll have enough damage without Vaughn. We will. How much health do you think Orin has? We will. It's not an issue. 300 to 350. You were overstating by about 100. And also keep in mind I did like 450 damage to Raphael in the first turn of that combat. And Orin is still going to take 1 damage from each thing that gets reduced by Unstoppable. Cat, stop it. Yeah, damage is not a concern. Getting individual instances is what I need here. Jake, what do you even want, man? Why are you chewing on my monitor? Off that. It's now just knocking everything off my desk. Okay, man. Sure.
Thank.
Literature department. Can I help you?
Hoping for Conjure Elemental somewhere in here.
Netherese magic, huh? Sounds right up Gale's alley.
Yeah, right up Gale's alley. Sure. Yeah, well, let me just go to camp and talk to Gale about that, Carla. Good idea. Let's check Blurg. Right up Gale's alley. Sure you will, buddy.
Your tadpole's stasis is a most
You're a tadpole.
Naturally, the Underdark provided us with some most unusual salvage.
Maybe I do
Plenty to
have
keep
one.
an inquiring mind busy.
You know, I could probably make a whole monster stick on Orin. Come to think of it. Probably.
It's hard to explain.
Okay, fine. No Conjure Elemental. Here's where we consider if I want armor of persistence. I think I want flame enameled more. Which, I grabbed that, right? Surely I didn't sell that to anyone. Here it is. +2 initiative, +2 saving throws. Yeah, I think I wear that. Blurg's junk? Same. Same. What happened to using Crater Flesh Gloves? Crater Flesh Gloves do damage when I crit. They do nothing when I don't crit. So in situations where I'm guaranteeing crits, yes. In situations where I'm not guaranteed a crit, they are not always beneficial. So like I used Crater Flesh Gloves against Saravok because I had started the fight with Hold Person. Can you just see through Vanish? Volo's eye. Yeah. I can just see through Vanish, Dan. Sorry. I can still see all your messages. Don't worky. Manthara, I'll be Benthara's Manthara. How much initiative does Orin have? Really? Only +7? Really? Okay, so I only need +11 here. So I actually don't need flame enameled armor. Hey, Bad Mac. Hope you're well today. We almost one-turned Raphael. That was fun.
Interviews, politics, gossip, all of it gets in that bloody Balder's mouth rag.
Hey Gio, how are you? Finishing Raphael in 6 seconds, surprise, surprise. Yeah, I'll stop. Hey, that's a new record for him.
Vessel is... All's well that ends. Not as bad as it could have.
Of course. Wouldn't be alive to hold them if it weren't for you.
Right. See if we can sell enough to make this happen. That still might be useful. That's cope, but...
Well, well, well.
This vessel is... That...
like this monk's can't speak. Monk run is going strong. Yeah, it is. It is. It's real good. Okay, armor persistence, that gets us resistance. Actually, what is Orin's dex? It's like 20, isn't it? I do need a little more initiative. That's still nice to have. Alright, let's look at my saving throws here. So if we assume low roll on Rapture, subtract 2 from this. A plus 15. Is that satisfactory? Also think I need to run Helldusk Boots here. That'll cut into my damage a bit. Might be an ambusher over Rhapsody fight. I need one more initiative. And she's got 22 decks. I can't allow a tie. Okay, we have an item to buy. Pure Circle of Moon Druid, possible solo honor character. Like I've said a bunch of times, every single class combination is possible for solo honor. If I can do it on a level 1 character, yes, you can do it as pure class anything while leveling. And not only is it possible, but shapeshifting is actually pretty good. You have to build into it, which is, I think, the thing that turns off a lot of people. Because it doesn't seem like you can do a lot to influence the power of your shapeshift setup, but you can. There is a lot you can do. A lot of buffs you can get, consumables you can use, useful strategies. Trade recently completed a duo honor where one of the two characters was a Moon Druid, and a while ago I completed a duo honor where my character was the Slayer whenever possible, as soon as getting the form. So I did like all the late Act 2 stuff, most bosses in Act 1, 2, and then everything in Act 3, I was the Slayer for all of it. And it was more than viable.
Back again.
Use Tavern Brawler feat done.
Dagger?
Not quite,
Or a
Captain
bow?
Scurried, because
More arrows?
in honor mode,
Need a
Tavern
spade?
Brawler does not give you damage for wild shapes. It only gives you accuracy. Now, accuracy is still very good, but that means it's not the solve everything button. It is below honor mode. There's still more stuff you gotta keep track of. Only for Druid, they change it generally. So, for all shapeshifted forms, Tavern Brawler does not give you damage in honor mode. All shapeshifted forms. That's Druid, that's Slayer, that's Corvid Token, that's Displacer Beast form, that's being polymorphed, all of it. So we do this. I think you do not know that. Yeah, it's been speculated to be a bug. And it seems like a kind of a deal breaker, but it's not. Like, you still take Tavern Brawler anyway, because it's still insane accuracy. There's other feats you can use to influence your stats. For example, on my Slayer run, I was running around with 28 strength. So, who cares about Cloud Giant Elixir? I had 28 strength. Just, that was my strength while I was in Slayer form. Because picking the correct feats goes a long way. So, 12 initiative, I will outspeed Orin.
Alright. I'm fine. You're the one who took it.
That, I guess.
Make things worse.
You want to let those thugs get away with this?
Those thugs worked for the guild. They lied.
All the mermaid and wild shapes except Earth use weapons. Yeah, that too. We're doing our preparations for Orin right now, if anyone's curious what I'm doing. We're making sure we have enough initiative to guarantee we outspeed, and I'm going to be a little bit silly with how I'm dealing damage. Just improvise melee weapon out away, actually.
Want another? This'll be fun.
I didn't know that would detonate the traps. Hopefully that was helpful. Neat. What does this area become a safe place? Start once you defeat Orin, especially its Dark Urge. Walk all the way. Story reasons. If you could just fast travel right out after beating Orin, there's a bunch of stuff that happens on this bridge that you would bypass.
Uh-huh.
Then it could probably break some other triggers that I'm not accounting for. But for this fight, do I run Gloves of Soul Catching? I think for the Constitution more than anything I do. No, I prefer Hell Dusk for every other facet.
What a charmer.
I'd use one of these just to give myself, Shield of Thralls back, just in case. Does Rhapsody DC apply to Stunning Strikes? Unless that's a weird exception, yes. Back to Open Hand? Yeah, we switched to Open Hand docs for, this rest because House of Hope. Raphael's fire immune. And so 4 elements having a heavy skew to fire damage wasn't helpful to me. So we switched so I could get instead a bunch of bonus psychic damage. I just happen to still be in that spec. I've never tested if Fire Snake targets through Sanctuary. I don't think it does. It'd be funny if it did, though. That would be a real easy solution here.
Hey, good looking.
Just nuts as Rhapsody poisons. Yeah. I see that Raphael kill. Can't imagine it lasts very long. How long ago was it? Help me out, chat. Was that like an hour ago? The fight was 2 rounds. Ordinary arrows automatically take out the chanting cultists. They are capable of being very good there, but not 100% consistent. I've used that as a solution. Not doing it on this run. Okay. So I have to universal resistance. We probably go crawler mucus on my hand crossbows. I guess I have no reason not to do it on ambusher as well. I'm gonna fire shield. Part of me does still want to go for a hold monster on Orin. But without Rhapsody, I don't see it sticking. That's bait. Full and large. All the damage. Maybe up to 2 hours ago, a lot of haste spore farm attempts. True. Let me make sure I put potions down on the ground for us. Put down Cloud Giant. Put down Flight. Put down Jump. Featherfall. And let's put down Invis. Okay, this is like a super ballsy taking risks that I don't need to take kind of strat, but I thought it'd be fun. I won't even have enough HP to really recover if this goes poorly.
Marching.
Okay, so the preparations are... Zenona still does the mind works on Fearful? No idea. I have Saravox helmet, which I should be wearing, but I'm not gonna. I'm going to Fire Shield. I am going to... Enlarge. I'm going to Universal Resistance. I'm going to Invis. I'm gonna poison both my weapons. I'm gonna dash, enter turn-based mode. I'm gonna fly down there, and I cast either Ice Storm or Blight from a scroll. Swatch the Raphael kill. That's be a war crime. We could have done more damage. I didn't have the optimal gear on. Or the optimal setup. We could have one-rounded it. Made a couple incorrect choices. Probably hits Lae'zel, but I don't have the room to care about that. Verifying that. Concentration immediately? Really, Warren? Okay. Did forget to get my summons in a better position. Attack be wasted on throwing haste? No. I do not have to do that. DC 10, yeah.
Now this is my happy place.
She's got one unstoppable left. Guess I could have put on Psychic Spark. Fight would be over now. But it's okay. Just need one of these summons to land a hit. That's all. Just one. Probably should put Cloud Giant in the sky rather than Vigilance. So. Good Moil of Accuracy. Won't miss. Trust. Zombie Rat Army would be useful. frightened.
My word.
Might have over prep. Wasn't fast enough. Oh wait, never mind. There's a thing Soho showed here where you can get 2 copies of Bloodthirst. I think you have to directly equip this. Don't forget Lae'zel. Yeah, I won't. Need an action to do that though. We're all surprised. Wonder if that worked. Let's see. I forgot to hold the body. It's fine. Did that actually give me 2? It did. Yeah, you get 2 copies of Bloodthirst that way. And this one has a bonus necrotic built in. Orin clothes might be kind of saucy. Yeah, probably use Orin clothes here. There's not a lot my summons can, like, do to these guys. I would like to keep the Diva safe for Iron Throne.
Heating up.
Hey, nice crit. No balls edict because Orin's dead. I wasn't sure about that. I could start cloud killing. Do I have a Thunder Wave? I don't really want to hit my own summons. Don't a satchel. Thought I might have had a smoke powder satchel. Would have been nice. Basically just styling now. I know I can click chain light. I'm aware of that. Having fun with it, you know? The Sunbeam scroll is kind of interesting. Maybe get some cool lineups. If I go over here... Yeah, sorry, Method. This is too cool. You... What can I do with a bonus action to hurt you, like, a little? I could try to force tunnel, but I don't think there's a good angle. Do I have any throwables that are a con save? Is that a thing? No, we'll just do this. Loop the Terrazul. Buckle off the edge. It requires very specific positioning to achieve that. Skelly is on it today. Okay. Talk your shit.
Take our strength.
The other one is somewhere in here, but I can't see them. It's okay, I don't need to. He never turned into the Slayer game. Stop lying.
A metallic tang fills the air as the Slayer's form is drained of life. Ashes to ashes, blood to blood.
As you can see, I over-prepped. I did not need nearly that many summons. I actually didn't need the summons at all. Reflect on your technique. It could have been better.
A glint of light on something in...
Find good.
So yeah, instead of engaging with fight mechanics, we just burned through the end stop stacks and punched her a bunch. Don't get quite why you do so much damage. So it's easy to scale the damage of unarmed attacks through Tavern Brawler and High Strength. I only have 20 strength right now, only. You can see this is not just use an elixir. No. That's something you can do for damage in a lot of sections of the game, but there's parts of the game where using what's most important for the situation is a good tool. It absolutely just rubs me the wrong way when you see keyboard warriors on Reddit talking about, oh, monk, just you get Tavern Brawler and you use a Hill Giant elixir and that's the whole thing. It's like, yeah, that is entry level stuff. You can do like basic stuff that monks at level 4 are running around doing, but if you want to take the class farther, there's so much more to it, and it is okay to not understand what that requires. So like the force damage here is from my gloves. The fire damage is from a soul coin. That's why we selected Karlach for the run, for that fire damage. Then that bludgeoning is just my strength modifier twice. And then the d6 is because I, level 6 monk is d6. At level 8, your punches become a d8. And I think level 10 is where they become a d10. If I'm remembering correctly. Correct me if I'm wrong. People who know. But then that psychic damage is from open hand, a manifestation of mind. You can choose either bonus necrotic, bonus psychic, or bonus radiant damage. It's 1d4 plus your wisdom modifier. We choose psychic because we have resonance stone, which is inflicting vulnerability to psychic damage on everyone in that radius, including me, but everyone who... Certain enemies are exempt, most undead included. So basically, this flurry of blows range, the psychic damage should be doubled up. So each of our flurries is capable of doing, you know, between 50-ish to 90-ish damage. Level 9 to get the d8. Thank you. Thank you, Trade. And that's without me having additional modifiers. I could, boosting them. Rhapsody would be plus 3 damage on each individual punch. I could have a Shadow Cloaked Ring here, which is a d4 on each punch. I could have Callous Glow, which is 2 damage on each punch. You could do something like Crater Flesh Gloves for more on crits. You could do Valar Alluve for that thunder damage on each hit. Yeah, the Githyanki Psychic requires weapon attacks. It doesn't work on punches, but yeah. You can get a huge amount of damage into each individual punch. And with the Thief Dip, I have an extra bonus action. With Wholeness of Body, which I forgot to pop, that's another extra bonus action. You could run Helmet of Grit or Pyro Quickness Hat for another bonus action. At Action Surge going for more punches. Basically, you get a ton of actions, and Monk is the single target, just specialist in this game. Lots of other specs across different classes can do well in single target damage, but like in terms of just the efficiency, the efficacy of this one person, fuck you in particular, that's Monk. Now, YouTube shorts and Reddit posts have made people believe that that's Paladin's domain, but Paladin can't do this with half the consistency, efficiency, or style, frankly. Because a Paladin in this situation would not have been able to do enough attacks to stop them from taking turns here. But because a Monk has good bonus action damage that counts as multiple instances, ways of getting even more bonus actions, having this big number in combination with having really good action economy, really good movement, it's just really good. This class is insane for bossing especially. You just remove the threat before they get to do anything. Now we switch back to Helldust Gloves. Oh, you guys want to see something fucked up? This Ballist might be the scariest enemy in the game. Just this one that you don't have to fight. She's not part of the Orin fight or anything. She's just here, chilling. First, look at these stats. 20, 20, 20, 14, 16, 16. She's got Unstoppable, she's got Sanctuary, she's got Aura of Murder, Dark Vision, Magic Resistance, Sentinel, gets an Unstoppable charge each time she kills something, has a unique sneak attack that has bonus damage, has a bonus action 1 turn hold person that she doesn't have to concentrate on. Like, this Ballist is the main character. Like you said, Duke of Nukem, Ken. She's absolutely fucking horrifying. What elixir am I using? Vigilance. Because initiative is another thing that gets downplayed by people who don't understand that a great way to stop threats is by never letting anyone else have a turn. You'll see some initiative discourse where some will claim that just having high dex is enough. No, it's not. Because what would have happened if I had chanced Orin beating me on initiative, because with this plus 11, there is one roll where we would have tied. And because Orin has 22 dex and I have 16, she would have gone first. That would have resulted in her turning into the Slayer. And that would have messed with some things. In my experience, when doing solo honor challenge runs, you do not allow for the possibility of losing initiative. Unless you are very, very confident that nothing's going to happen. I don't know all the other ballists fight us after the Orin fight, because what we did was compatible with their religion. Ballists, they just want the strongest to kill each other. And then they want the strongest to kill the weak. You showed up, you won, they're like, oh, okay. That's it. They don't care at that point. So, since we have the Netherstone Pommeled Bloodthirst, we could run Rhapsody with that. You can even talk to them, tell you why. Yep. Yep. Thief, Bloodless Elixir, Duelists, 2 actions, 2 bonus actions, 2 reactions for turn. Yeah, that's satisfying. Irish. Nice round numbers there. I like it. Still wearing the fucking clown makeup. Karlach and Orin's fit. Yeah, she looks good, right? We could dye it. We could, customize. But having 23 AC with this setup is pretty nice, actually. I don't love the initiative situation. Like, that's plus 8 with a vigilance on. Probably don't do it in practice. But True Strike Riposte is cool. Thinking. We'd get a bunch of minus crit. Like, if I went with something like... Double Bloodthirst. Crit on a 17 now. So odd how the chest piece is only a blue tier item. I don't know why that irks me. Rarity confusion really bothers me in games too. Like, why? 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 Like, not at least purple? It bothers me. Iron Throne, Steelwatch Foundry, Gortash. Yeah, I think that's it. I've been live for 6 hours. We could bang out the rest of it, but, like, we could also just save that for next stream and just kind of chill. let's go back to damage. I go Rhapsody here. Let's stay ahead of the curve on initiative. We'll go Sentinel Shield. Crit immunity from Helm of Baldur, and how high can I get my AC? Switching from Helldust to Mutilated Carapace is definitely a huge drop. Having only 22 AC with this level of con is like, maybe we do go Gloves of Soul Catching for a little extra buffer. Test it out. I won't have my bleeding anymore. If Amulet of Ball worked, I would use that, but that's been broken for quite some time. Very unfortunate.
All of it gets in that bloody Baldur's mouth rag.
Let me get away from my summon so I can go to camp. Please fix it. It would be so nice to use if it did anything. It used to. It just doesn't now. Yeah, I could have saved Luck of the Far Realms, I guess. Oh well. From Amulet of Ball to an Amulet that sucks balls feels bad, man. But Dirge is stored in the balls, as we know. As all of us know. Here's what our card damage on Flurry of Blows is looking like right now. Again, this is not accounting for Psychic Embalm from Resonant Stone. It's not accounting for, you know, I could swap out rings to get more damage out of those slots. Looking pretty spicy. Also, with this amount of initiative stuff, I can switch back to Cloud Giant. We're up to 58 to 104. I could enlarge for a little bit more too. Do that with a scroll, which I'm sad that I got DC 10 on that. Need to buy more enlarged scrolls. I'm trying to think what we do stat-wise for the finale. Like for the brain. Part of me wants to run a Colossus elixir. And then use Broken Promises, so I could be at 22 strength and be enlarged, but I think at that point it's better to just be enlarged. If I could use that to get to 24 strength, that would be better. But by top of the brain, I could. I have no desire to. Maybe I changed my mind. I think that'll be next stream either way. But bully the game? Yeah. We'll see what I decide. We have enough stealth that I could probably do some greater invis nonsense. We still have to go save Minsk, I guess. We can do the bank and then go save Minsk. Become a full Squiddy? Squid stat block is not really suited to monk stuff. Though, Permanent Mind Sanctuary with Flurry of Blows could end up being interesting. Like, that might actually be really fucked up. In the most charitable interpretation, Lilithid Permanent Mind Sanctuary would let me use Flurry of Blows for my regular attack actions. A way to save Minsk if Jaheira died in Act 2, right? I guess you could technically save him by never ever meeting him. Or at least not meeting him in the sewers. But, yeah. Okay, we need to dye this. How's this look? Not great. Great, I don't love it. I feel like I've done this one before. Yeah, I've definitely done that one before. this one's gonna be terrible. Actually, it wasn't that bad. What a nice purple. I don't know what color I would like here. Black works. Or dyed all my playthroughs, same.
I could not have faced her without that, but we.
Can we chat?
I like that Pepto-Bismol color. Refuse to acknowledge dyes past Act 2 if they're not Feywild green. Karlach in the black Orin clothes with the clown makeup. Missing an eye. Half squid. Certainly one of the character designs of all time. I forgot I was gonna maybe Elfin Elegance on this rest too. Yeah, I guess we have Viconia too. Figure out what I'm doing with that. Clown lack. Does clown makeup count as disguise? No, unfortunately. But it does give you immunity to Tasha's hideous laughter. Actually useful. Very niche. But just a free immunity? We're still at 4 inspos. I can't think of much I'd want to use inspos on. I guess we should give Mole her contract. That can wait. You know, I'm feeling good about this as a stopping point. We've had clown makeup Jaheira. Those are the days. So, recap for today. We killed Answer. We killed Raphael. We killed Saravok. What else did we do? That's pretty much what today was. A lot of yapping, a lot of cooking, but I'm satisfied with what we got done. Oh, we got the Mirror of Lost done. So, yeah, tomorrow... I don't know how long I'm going to stream tomorrow. As usual, there's a chance that Saturday isn't BG3. But it probably will be. If I do end up streaming tomorrow, the goal is to beat the run tomorrow. Let's see. Who that I know is on right now? Soho is playing some Stardew. I know that's not BG3, and a lot of people are going to dip out, but I do want to spread the love over there because Soho is one of the people who made me want to do another monk run, because she did Ultimate Solo Honor with a Shadow Monk. Underappreciated subclass, underappreciated approach to doing that particular challenge run. So, on the off chance she has some BG3 plans at some point, drop a follow over there, and even outside of the BG3 content, fun person to hang around. A lot of community overlap. You'll recognize names there and such. And spread the love, positivity, all that stuff. I appreciate you guys immensely. Thank you so much for all your continued support. It really does mean a lot. I've really been enjoying what I've been doing. And we're going to keep going strong with BG3 stuff even after this run is done. But have a good one, everybody. Bye-bye.